What's going on, freaks? I've been watching this AP thing over here. They keep showing different people showing up on AP. Like different groups of people keep showing up in there. I think I saw Erica, one of them. I don't know. But they kept, you know, like a vehicle would pull up and then people would come out. You know, special people, I guess. I'm not sure how you refer to them. Family members, maybe, something like that. Well, today's finally the preliminary hearing. And I think the pool camera is actually like Fox 13. We'll just have to find the one that works the best, I guess. Yes, it's amazing. Like, you go over to Reuters, underneath, not Reuters, AP, everybody's a conspiracy theorist. I mean, Candace Owens is just effed with the minds of so many people. You know, it's really weird if you're somebody that's like, something just doesn't add up. What doesn't add up is your brain cells. Okay, they don't add up to 3. It's incredible. This isn't a case where you can go, things just don't make sense. You know, wow, this just isn't adding up. No, there's going to be cameras, but this isn't the time at court is at 8. You know, it's in 27 minutes. What do you mean, so no cameras? You know, they don't have a camera 24/7 sitting in the courtroom. Yeah. But yeah, I think you're going to see, if you watch my last 2 videos I've made on this case, you'll see it'll look just like what they're going to show. You know, they have the surveillance footage that they have on that 360-degree camera right here. Shows everything, basically. This camera right here is going to show, you know, Tyler Robinson come walking around. He's going to walk right here. He's going to go in there. Now, I don't know, you know, what he does for like 13 minutes when he goes inside the building. I actually think when he goes into the building, he comes walking out these doors right here. Has the limp and everything, but I don't see that. You know, we can't see it on that camera. And then I think he walks right over to here. And he just watches the stage, because if you look at how you can see straight down through to the stage, and he can just watch and wait until he sees Charlie Kirk taking questions. Then that's when he walked up the stairs, came up to the top. That's how he knew he was speaking, because he watched. Then he came up here, and it was like 12:15, and 12:17 he goes over the wall. He knows he's already answering questions, or, you know, doing his thing. And then from right here he runs over, lays down in a prone position, right up here, and then fires at 12:23:28-ish. Might be, you know, let's just say between 12:23:27 and 12:23:29. He fires, boom, and he hits Charlie Kirk. Then he gets up, right on that corner of the roof. It's right there. He gets up, and then he runs this way, around the back of this, I don't know if you call it atrium or whatever the hell that thing is. Then he over here, and he runs over to the corner of the roof, and then lowers himself down right there. There was a ladder placed there for law enforcement getting the DNA samples and fingerprints and footsteps. And then he runs across over here, right through there, and then goes into the woods. And then, because of where the camera was, right there, they can see that he didn't go into, you know, didn't walk this way, so he just disappeared into the woods. So they tracked him. Then law enforcement goes into the woods and they find the rifle wrapped in a black towel. Exactly the same. Now it's verified that what was underneath the towel that he was running with was the rifle. Yeah, that's going to be crystal clear. Then he was there earlier in the day, in the morning. He, if you guys remember that surveillance footage that I gathered, I went to this house right here when I was there, and they gave me like way more footage than it had been released. They gave me the full video of Tyler Robinson walking all the way, like 2 minutes worth, and then the Dodge Challenger video. So the Dodge Challenger drives by here at 8:23 and goes this direction. But I think it just drove up here, turned, went this way, and then came down like this, because at 8:28 in the morning, just 5 minutes later, he pulls into the garage here. And then he walks out of there and then goes over to the wooded area. Then he goes over to down here where Charlie Kirk was shot. Then eventually he makes his way back to the garage at 9:30 or 9. Let's see, I think it was 9:24. And then interestingly, 8 minutes later is when he leaves. And 8 minutes is quite a while, So it's like, what did he do when he went there? Did he check out the tunnel again, walk through over here, stand over there? There's surveillance footage all down there that would check that out. Then he leaves at 9:32, and then he disappears for a while. We don't know where the hell he went. And then he does a dry run, in my opinion. I have that one. If you were watched yesterday or last night, you can see that I was going around, and I showed the entire route, his dry run, and then I also showed the version where the final run. From his perspective and 3D animation, etc. So you should know exactly what he did. So I think I'm just going to... I don't know if AP has the same pool feed. Guess we'll have to see. Has anybody seen any what do you call it? Any streams that already show the courtroom? I always like having one of those in the bag, sitting over there. But yeah, it's I think Fox 13 has the pool feed. Are you guys here? Okay, yeah, let's see. Okay. I'm in Arizona. I went to Turning Point after he died to lay flowers. It was so emotional. I haven't been able to watch any Charlie Kirk debate videos since. Yeah, it is kind of shitty. I mean, he was so good at them, but it's also sad looking at him, especially how many times on Twitter these idiots play the him getting shot in the neck over and over and over and over and over. I mean, they play it like it's fun for them to watch. It's pretty weird. Hey, wow, thank you so much there. I'm not sure how you say that. Born to raise hogs. Okay, there you go. I got it right the first time. I didn't say born to raise, or whatever the hell I would normally do. Anyways, thank you. Wow, that's so nice. It starts in 20 minutes. Yeah, no problem. I think it's going to be, I think we'll have the best coverage over here. And that's because I actually have footage of every spot that they're going to be talking about. At least the ones that we're aware of, you know. I even went to that shopping mall where he parked. I walked all around those streets with the 360-degree camera so you can look all different directions. I did this last October, so I've had it for a long time. Yeah, this is a case. Let me just say, for anybody who's worried about the outcome or something like that, you know, all the years I've been doing true crime, this is the strongest case I've ever seen. It isn't even close. It's just like, I mean, my God, his parents recognized him. He confessed to his parents. He wrote in, you know, communications with Twigs back and forth while he's there. The communications while he's there actually match the time frame, you know, the time codes of when he's sitting around and then he leave. You know, like there's a time where he looks on his map twice and he's on video both times. His vehicle is on video both times. He's looking at a map and then drives away based on what the information was. And it's the same, you know, it's and it matches what he's talking. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to leave it. Damn. Hey, how do I get back home? Boom, takes off. And then they apparently have a clear video of his face in one of these surveillance shots. And probably the one earlier in the day, I would imagine. Except he seemed to love to wear those damn glasses. He wasn't in custody yet. See, that's the thing, is everybody gets so confused all the time. It's really strange. Because you listen to Baron Coleman and all the other idiots out there. When he went in, he was the original person who gathered him, was like the family friend, ex-sheriff. I can't remember exactly what he did prior to that, but they brought him in, and he wasn't in custody yet. Like, he was in, I guess you could call him, like, it's like the custody of, he's still able to do all the stuff he's able to do. He hasn't been arrested yet by the Utah, the police department down in the area of Orem, Utah. I have the whole timeline written down. It's just really simple. Maybe I should open that up. I'm a little foggy. This is really early in the morning for me, to be honest with you. I'm usually sleeping for another 3 hours. Yeah, so right here at 9/11, at 8:02 p.m., Mike Mitchell, a former deputy, contacted Sheriff Brooksby. So he was a former deputy, not sheriff. Mitchell explained that he had received a phone call from the father of Tyler Robinson. Mike Mitchell explained that Tyler Robinson confessed to his father that he was the shooter at Utah Valley University. Then at 8:04, Sheriff Smith with the Utah County Sheriff's Office received a phone call at approximately 8:04 hours from Sheriff Brooksby with the Washington County Sheriff's Office. According to Sheriff Brooksby, he had received a phone call from a former deputy who had previously been employed with the Sheriff's Office. The former deputy, identified as Mike Mitchell, explained that he received the phone call. So he went and explained what he just received. Then at 8:57, he's still available. He hasn't been arrested or anything yet. He says, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff's friend." So it hasn't happened yet. Then at 10:26, Tyler Robinson arrives at the watch. So he's being driven around or whatever by the sheriff friend, to the, he's probably even over at the house, and he's still able to use his phone. He's still, he's not arrested or anything. And at 10:26, Tyler Robinson arrives at the Washington County Sheriff's Office, accompanied by his parents, at approximately 10:26. And then at 1 in the morning, FBI agents conduct an interview with Twiggs, 158. Tyler Robinson was formally arrested by Utah County Sheriff while in custody in Washington County. Real simple stuff, but you'll never hear that on Baron Coleman's show. He'll just sit there and tell you over and 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 over again that some kind of conspiracy, and who the hell knows, All right, let's see. I mean, he's an irresponsible person. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't cover live the trial or this, preliminary hearing, because he knows how damning it'll look. He needs to have time to put together the spin for the later show. Nah, I just told you what it was, Bruce. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, right. What you said. I thought I was referring to the one above. He wasn't in custody when he posted. Right, he was that friend of the sheriff I just explained, or the friend of the family and ex-deputy. He was over at the house. He's not arrested or anything, so he's still able to use the phone and post on Discord. No, well, you can disagree whatever you want, Ciara, but you're just incorrect, all right? That's the truth. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but I'm not going to allow the we agree to disagree bullshit, okay? The truth is you're wrong. That's a fact. Okay, if you disagree that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk, you likely won't have a good time here, and you'll be a disruptive person. You're just insane, okay? It's weird. I don't know how to explain it to you better. Right, and you're incorrect here again. Embarrassingly so. This is a really simple case, right? It's interesting, though, for sure. Jesus. Unreal. All right, yeah, so it's not out there right now yet. But hey, guys, if you're here watching, if you could please help support the channel during the show. It's going to be a long day. I've only had one super chat so far. Thankfully, it was a good one, a big one there. But any amount helps support the channel. My channel, unlike other channels, at the end of each month donates thousands of dollars to true crime-related charities out of the income. We just reached, amazingly, recently, the $300,000 mark since January of 2020. Well, it's not a conversation, Ciara. And the reason it's not, because you have been misled by Candace Owens and the other nut jobs out there. So you have a perspective that is absolutely incorrect. And I don't want to take the time to discuss it with you, nor does anybody else. Okay? It's so obvious. How about just watch the trial and or the preliminary hearing, I guess it's a mini trial, and you'll just see. It's really obvious. It's not even close. All right? It's going to be, oh man, it's going to be incredible. All right, and they have way more than we have. For example, all the stuff that's come out in the documents so far, and the it proves that Tyler Robinson was there in his vehicle at the time. Like all day during that particular time. And then there's a guy walking in the tunnel that his parents said, "Oh, that looks like our kid." Except all you super sleuths out there who know what Tyler Robinson looks like better than their parents know better. Yeah, like you're oh no, that's not him. Now look at his ear. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. It's insane. All right, it's his parents recognized him. Doesn't that matter to you? Yeah. All right. Dun, 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 dun. No, it's crazy. These people. I mean, it's not. It's really unbelievable. Really, I don't know how to explain it. I've gone over this case about 50 times, and there's never been a time where I went, that's interesting. Why is that? That's strange. I guess the only time I might have said that is when the camera said it was. Candace Owens said it was 8:08 when he was wearing his red shirt and walking by right here. Okay, but I went, that just doesn't make sense because remember he's walking over here at 9. I think it was 9:57. He's walking by right here. He's coming by. He's walking this direction. So it didn't make sense that this one was 8:08. It's like, what the hell's going on there? So what I did was I went like this. If you hit R in Google Earth, it makes everything north. Like you could be rotated and you hit R, boom, you're north-south oriented. So I took a still frame of this, brought it into my program 3D Studio Max, and then brought in the daylight sun system. Put the correct date in with -6 as the UTC time. And then I got the right geo coordinates that I placed in there, and the sun time made it. It was 10:08, not 8:08. It was 10:08, which matched perfectly for him walking around just like this, around and then this way. So it became that was 10:08, and so the dry run matched that other video that you see of him walking. Probably isn't another YouTuber that could have done it. They all tried to copy it after the fact, but they don't have the program that I use. All right, I guess we're still waiting around. There really isn't any courtroom live feeds yet. I bet it's delayed a little bit. Yeah, Candace Owens is nuts. She's a crazy person. I mean, what's weird is she's an idiot who can speak really well. It's that's an odd combination there, I got to be honest with you. Yeah, Candace Owens every day has another, we're getting close, you guys. We're getting close. She's never been further away. It's amazing. It's just every day it's some crazy, and it works, though. Look how many people watch that crap. I mean, it's unbelievable. But I'll tell you this right now. I know the crime scene and the timing better than anybody else that's covering this case right now. Okay? I can just tell you. And I have this right here. Let me show you. We can load these up too. So this is going to be, this right here is the shot. So watch this. This is the 360-degree angle that they've got. See that? They have this. And it's going to show Tyler Robinson walking around right in front here. I made an animation of it. And then they're going to be able to watch him as he runs across over here. They'll see that he didn't keep going up the street there, and he disappeared into the woods. That's why they went there, okay? So we have this one. And we've got a ton. Let's see. Bartholomew video angle. Yeah, that's walking up there. So here is this one. See this? This is up on the campus. And let's see. While Bartholomew was talking, to those individuals when the shot came out. He was right there. And so you just couldn't see it. The shot took place just over there. I mean, it was amazing. It's like if he was over like 3 feet to the right, you might have been able to see him running. But right down there is where the shot took place. And then this is where I was the first YouTuber out there to film this. Watch this. See that, like right there, those are where they were putting marks down where he came down. And then look at that, I found the actual handprints on the roof. I mean, so here he is when he lets himself down. He puts his hand there just for a moment and it drags across. So I think they have DNA from the roof, okay? And then all these other marks matched also what he was doing. Like that's probably his right foot. That might have been the bag, and then he kind of lets it down and then jumps down to the ground right there and then runs this direction across and into the woods there. You see how having like this 360 tool here is it's going to be way better than like watching anywhere else. I'm just trying to make a sale, you guys. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. This is the wooded area right here. Look. We're going to go walking across. See? The camera's right up there. There's the Losi Center building.
Went right through these rocks.
This is right where Tyler Robinson was walking.
Not the easiest thing in the world to navigate, but...
Okay, I think I see... Let me see this one. Yeah, I think this might be it. So we'll just keep it here for now. Jesus. Oh, man. Sorry about that. So this is what it looks like over here. See how it goes down? So we'll likely see him kind of lower down in this lower area down here. And again, that camera's right up there. Right up there.
Look how steep that is.
And he just put the gun back in here somewhere. It's really narrow, too. It's not a big space. See? And there's the camera right there. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Like right up there. Maybe just right down there is the camera. That was with film that he didn't keep moving.
We may have gone up through here originally.
Thank you up there to girl
and maybe you decided, oh wow,
KMTX.
It's too steep, and then just went to the left down there.
I think he put it right there.
So you could have gone up kind of in there.
Right in that bush. I know they say it was over there. I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, he could have gone up that little walkway that's over here, where I'm going to go in a second. Let's see. Right by that fence. So he could have walked up here and put it up there. So.
Put the rifle in here, went up those stairs. You know, it's in,
and then I think he made it over to there, up over
that dirt area
in the background. Anyways. To see her debate Andrew Wilson. Yeah. That's just, I don't know. I think she even, here's the thing. Either Candace Owens is an absolute idiot of a person, or she just knows what she's doing. Like, she knows that she's out there tricking people, because what she's selling is what more people like to watch, unfortunately. When you have a channel like mine, look at mine right now, 102 people watching. That's ridiculous, okay? I have the best information, the best video, etc., but it just doesn't happen for me. Candace Owens, selling complete garbage, gets like 50,000 people watching at a time. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's scary. So it should be pretty soon here. You know, you can switch over to like a little bigger screen at times too, like that. Yeah, jeez. Yeah, so early. Yeah, it should be interesting for sure. I mean, I just can't wait to see the full bits of information. You know, we've seen in the documents some really interesting stuff. And what's crazy is he had his cell phone there and it was on, you guys. I mean, he had his phone on. What kind of an idiot does that? Now, I'm hoping just for the sake of dumb, you know, I mean, I'm hoping for the case that he had it on during the shooting. But I'm almost hoping for the idiocy of humanity that he turned it off during that time. I mean, it's just... The girl, 12 months. All right. You've been watching since 2022. Oh, cool. Well, that makes her but that makes her disgusting, Jay. Yeah. So that if she's smart, that means she's intentionally selling garbage to dumb people. Yeah. I can't wait to see the full video of him. Right, I know. I mean, I've shown that. Like, if you go to let's do the 360 again. Watch this. We've got the, let's see. $360,000, roof perspective, camera angle. I think it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. See this right here, I put the camera right next to their cameras. This is what it looks like when he's going up these stairs. That's me, of course. You know. Let's see. Where the hell is the rest of it? Oh yeah. Okay. Wow. That's right, so I walked all the way there. Let me go into the tunnel. See, here's the tunnel right here, watch. So see that camera right there? That's the camera that filmed him standing right there, okay? And so you'll be able to see from that camera, either this one or the one down there, him walking the entire time through the tunnel. Okay, so I'm putting my camera right by that camera so you can just see the view, right? That's this one right here, look. See? That's that shot. And you could say, okay, there's somebody that was walking around sort of like him, right? And then this is what he saw when he walked down the tunnel. And then there's a camera right up here in the upper left-hand corner. Right there. That filmed him walking right by that. And that shot is right here. Look at this. Boom. Okay. All right, hold on a second. I hear people
Please be seated.
Moving around.
Please be seated.
Do I have another version?
Execution actual.
Good morning. Court is now in session. Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, can you enter your appearances, please?
Chad Rumander, Ryan McBride, David Sturk, State, Mr. Jeff Gray, Chris Ballard are also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern, and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right. Second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week.
Okay, hold on.
So our camera operator, would you please approach? And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you
Trying to
being
get
here.
a cleaner feed here. Sucks.
Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices
Okay, hold on a second. Who cares
during the
about this
preliminary
crap
hearing
here?
is respectfully denied. The request to permit
All right, hold on a second. I got a better one.
Having considered the motions
Oh,
before
that's
the
not that
court,
good.
the request to permit representatives
You can
of
still
the
hear
news
it,
media
but
to
I'm
use
just trying to
portable
find a better
electronic
feed.
devices.
Let's see. They're just talking about the devices and shit. Let's see. Because there's supposed to be one on Fox 13 that's clear. But it's not.
The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish
This
to
is
turn
East Side
to
of
the matter
News
before us
version,
today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from all different from everyone. Hearing and the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, and as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench. And all parties
Yeah, the audio is so bad
approach
on the
the
original.
bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday. We will begin at
I wonder
1
if they
p.m.
do the
We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday. And court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances, and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule. And Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's
Novak.
too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they
preliminary
were
hearing.
published, if they are
Probable
published,
cause.
whether it be
In the Tyler
by way of
Robinson.
video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and Your Honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. That's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, trying to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any
Understood.
questions that I can address from either side, or clarification needed, or thoughts that you wish to share?
Suddenly, by
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon
Third witness will.
in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. Judge,
Okay.
I do. I think the third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away
What's that,
before I
Mike?
got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge.
Okay.
I do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So,
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
one quick question, Judge, for counsel's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and
Okay.
that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor. Because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing
you,
in
Takaro.
to the point that is focused on your monitors. But I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think, that's just
Okay.
over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35, and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm trying to find the raw. There's supposed to be like a raw feed. Having a hard time finding that one. Yeah. I mean, it's all just, it's a pool camera out there. Hey, thanks, Dan. So thanks, East Idaho News for now. I'm trying to get the original you know, there's a feed that comes out. I don't see it. It's strange. Anybody else see that one? I mean, it might be KSL, but doesn't seem like a raw feed from them. They are acting so stupid with the camera situation when Tyler didn't care Charlie was on camera in his last moment. Right. And that's kind of lame. I mean, I don't need to see him being shot 14,000 more times. I've seen, you go onto Twitter and these idiots like do this thing back and forth, putting on a fake heat signature, as if you can have a heat signature after a video is shot. That's not real. It has to be, you know, the thermals are recorded at the time, and the camera has to be able to pick up thermal. Let's see. Yeah, it's weird. I just don't seem to be able to find the, you know, the original. It's hard. I keep looking all over the place. NBCW, nah. It's not it either.
Until 5 p.m.
And then some of them have really bad audio too, you know. Thank you. I'm not sure what those jewels are worth or anything, but yeah, we could use some more gifted. We only have one gifted membership on here, so if you guys have the gifted memberships, super chats, etc., all help support the channel. I don't know. Jeez. Well, I guess they're going to get the monitor all squared away. And I guess what I always hate is the voir dire of the you know, I'm not sure if that's what you call it, of the witnesses, where you sit there and go, so tell me a little bit about yourself. How many years of experience? I hate that crap. How about they just stipulate to their expertise and move on, you know? It's 5 more minutes. Yeah, people in the courtroom could see it. They just don't want it to be something widely distributed. Especially, you know, the conspiracy theorists, they'll take an image and turn it into something else. Hey, thanks to Girl for gifting 5 memberships. Very cool. Are they allowing more than one camera in the courtroom? I would think it's just one. Okay, yeah. So this is behind. It must be KSL that's got the live, you know, the original, because they're ahead a little bit. No, we get to see the videos. They don't want to show him being shot or sensitive images like that. We'll get to see, you know, him walking around and stuff like that. I'm certain of that. If they don't show that, then, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I think the YouTube is quite a ways behind the, you know, because KS, well, is this behind here? Hold on. Let me just check it out. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's way behind. So maybe we could try this one. See, they're filming all kinds of stuff going on. Yeah, like that. See how it was just moving around a second ago? That already happened. I mean, it's just now happening on East Idaho, you know, their feed. So. It's quite a ways ahead. Like 20 seconds or so. I know Cindy's going to want to watch there because she has to be right ahead of everybody. Oops. It's funny. Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust something over here. I think the wood part of this is off the screen. Yeah, that looks better. See, you've got it on the edges there. There you go. Nobody knows who will see until it's on. There you go. Fox 13, do they have it? See, they were supposed to have the live feed, Fox 13, but they don't. All right, well, they should be back already. It's 37 now. Yeah, and then so these are the stairs. So when he came down this tunnel, he went up these stairs right there to get up to the ground level, just like this. See? And then that's the camera that picked him up coming up these stairs right here. Then he comes out and he walks right through there, see? Just like that. Oh yeah, and by the way, this is interesting. This is probably something they're going to have that we didn't know about. Is after he comes up these stairs, look at that. There's another camera right there that likely picks him up as he goes to the top of the stairs and then exits out right there. You know, so we don't have that yet, but I think that picks him up. Yes, they are late. Man, come on, get moving. I want to see this information, man. Mm-hmm. Well, that's that screen. Okay, let me go to this one. Full. That one. Thanks, Allie Cake. Who we will see until it's on. Yeah, well, it didn't sound smart. That's the point. I asked, Court TV has the live pool feed. Yeah. Right. I mean, Court TV, everybody has the live pool feed. I just need to know who has it. Yeah, I mean, Court TV has it. East Idaho News has it. You know, a lot of people have the pool feed, but every time I ask the courts, they always go, hey, check this out or check this, but they don't know, you know. But either way, it's all pool feed, you know. It's not like it's... Yeah, I mean, Court TV has the pool feed. So does Law and Crime, so does East Idaho News, so does other news outlets. But thanks for looking. Oh, wow. 8:41, 6 minutes late. They're not running a tight ship.
Please be seated. Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
All right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon
You
as
guys want me to turn the audio up a little bit?
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Here we go. Here we go.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. It looks like he's being
Do you guys need the audio
brought into
turned
the
up at all?
courtroom.
It looks like it's kind of low. Is anybody going to answer the question? Okay, it seems okay. All right.
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectern and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
I'm just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Thanks. Lynn, that's it.
Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating.
Hold on a second.
all
It's
the
going to
academy,
freeze for a second.
All the credits that you get it with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K-9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was
Thanks,
one of our
Wild
daily
Bill.
routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in. We'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus.
Yep.
I'd also turn around and make some maps so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when
Yes,
you
sir.
were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes.
surrounding campus.
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking
My
that
eyes get
way.
dry, too.
We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also, with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus
Very familiar.
and the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings.
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple steps that go up. You got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside
what-
one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal Building over to like the Science Building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal Building.
Yes.
Where's the Fugal Building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building? Okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugal Building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building?
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard? The Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
It doesn't
so,
run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
okay, in relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East, okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building, and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay.
It's probably right there.
And
This
is there a
one.
parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building. It's going to be north of the Losi Center. There is a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then
Anybody else can
they
do
also
this
have a
on their
parking
show?
structure, not
No.
parking structure, parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay.
It's right here.
With respect to the parking structure,
Okay.
can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's a ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road.
Right there. Wow,
There's
that's
an
exactly
exit
what
right
I
there that you
said.
can drive out.
Yeah.
You can also, if you were to park in there, you can
Oh,
walk
looks
out
like you
right
can-
there at that exit only,
Yeah,
where I was
yeah.
talking about on that southeast side.
Interesting.
You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level
Right there.
and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay.
I didn't notice that spot
Can
there.
you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of
6 minutes.
minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the Losi.
Yeah, so you could come out there, actually.
Officer, I'm going to turn your attention
Ah,
to
interesting.
State's Exhibit Number 1.
He may have walked
It should come up
through
on
the
your
parking
monitor
lot and came out right there.
there. Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
And just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit.
Why can't we see it? It's
That's
ridiculous.
fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr.
Just a
Grunander.
picture of a, oh
Thank you,
man, they're going to
Judge.
do
Do you see
that?
that's Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, is all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of it, of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
Why can't we
The
see
Woodbury
this?
Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugal Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we
Oh, maybe
reject
now.
the failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because
I see, they're going to let us see it
Sorry about
after
that.
they,
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken.
Oh, God.
Or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
that's
Mr.
stupid.
Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge,
What a
first of
stupid
all,
argument.
it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it.
You have to lay down foundation, then show
What's required for
us.
foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph.
I mean,
And can testify to its accuracy.
Right.
And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus.
I know exactly what they're looking
previously
at.
described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of us on September 10th, 2025.
they're looking at like
Thank you.
this,
Any further argument, Ms. Nestor?
just like that.
And Mr. Hernander?
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution,
Like
I want to also refer to our standing objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations that foundation has been
I think we can
laid.
see it now.
He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence
Now we
and
can
may
see
be
it.
published
Boom.
to...
I see what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, they got to make sure we can see it and not be,
So the state would move to publish that.
so show it now then.
It is so granted.
Come on.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's
see it right there.
here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard
They're looking at
amphitheater
that.
area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area.
I can see.
It's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this
I don't know if they
exhibit
said
to
that.
the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that is going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside
Yeah.
top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph,
This
there's
is
a
the Hall of Flags
white-roofed
right here.
building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay, and just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You've described that. Where is that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as
Yes.
well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yeah, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again.
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags.
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some, actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock,
Yes.
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes.
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Oh, God.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself,
Okay.
but I can refer myself.
I think they were able to show the exhibit on the screen.
Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms.
Because
Nestor.
it's been admitted.
We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off.
This is so stupid. I make it hard like that.
I'm not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
No, but they didn't say. It sounds like you're supposed to be able to show the ones that have been
And if at any
admitted.
point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
It's still on these other ones.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Tyler's like,
Okay.
wow, I remember this. I saw it on Google
Are you
Earth.
familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Oh, really?
Yes.
What about the
Guess I
Fugal
missed
Building?
that.
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center
Yes.
and also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it? Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Thanks, Kyle.
Your Honor, the state offers
For that comment.
State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander?
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate.
This lady's going to drive me nuts.
As of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All
If I was a judge,
will go ahead
I'd
and overrule
admonish
the
her.
objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day, on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we
Move
looking
your
at?
head.
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray. Kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say
Grays.
grays? Grays, okay,
Yeah, grays.
all right.
I think it was like that.
Now, you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the state's exhibit number 2?
The top of the
So
screen.
you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building, and it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and
I think they're like
point
that.
out where the courtyard is located.
That's what
in
they're
this
looking
exhibit
at.
for the court's benefit.
All right, do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may
Why do they
step
care
down,
if these exhibits are
approach
shown?
the monitor,
How
and I would
stupid.
ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, Officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
The courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugel building
Hugo building is going to be this building right here.
I'm certain they're looking at this
and the
like
Woodbury
this.
Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this.
That's
red
the
roof.
shot they're looking
And the
at.
Sorensen Center.
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now, on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not
No.
really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see it in this.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, or the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing.
Yeah, what the hell you're saying.
And that way, because the video isn't being captured, so if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you can't see the
Understood.
parking structure.
That's fair.
That's
Thank you,
over
Judge.
here.
Um,
They're looking at this right now.
So,
just
again,
like
let's
that.
point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located
It's going to be
on
at the top of the
photograph.
screen. Watch.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about
Can
the
I get a
hall of
boom?
flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The hall of flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugel building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And it just to the north and east
All
of the
flag.
courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the Losi building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The Losi building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right.
Yeah.
It's going to have two different colors.
Look how I
of
have it
gray,
set up.
a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the Losi Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the Losi building. How many stories does the Losi building have?
There's 4.
4 stories?
Oh,
Okay.
4, huh?
You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yeah.
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of Losi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
You come out
It
these
is.
doors and you go up.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LoSI Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it
Right
off
there.
limits?
Right
Yes,
there.
it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
There's a gravel
Someone
roof.
could hop over that railway.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Is that helpful when we can just hear him and I'm showing you what he's talking about? Because it seems like it's like ridiculous just listening to somebody. I can show you all the stuff that they're
I'm
going
now
to
going
say.
to refer your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know
Okay.
when you see that.
Let's see this one. Ah,
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the hall flags.
that's
Okay.
kind of what they're
What
looking
about
at
the
right
Fugal
there.
building?
Hugo Building's going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
Right here.
And the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal Building. It's got a gray roof and some red path.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The LoSI Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the
Who cares when the picture was
Or
taken?
how it was made or by whom.
It hasn't changed, you idiot. It's the same damn
Mr.
campus.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right, I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid.
Why does it have to do this? It's obvious.
Overrules the objection. States Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted.
Maybe the
may be
prosecution
published.
needs to,
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
I don't know, do like a blanket thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is so dumb. If it's going to be like that, jeez.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, I can see exactly what they're looking at. It's just what I was showing you there, just like that.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's
Just
going
like
to have a
this.
red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
Right there.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that?
Yes.
That hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me,
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be
Top.
towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are, the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay.
One,
Can
two,
you
three,
describe
four.
those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So
Oh.
this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this,
Okay.
as you
2,
go over
3,
in towards
4.
the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level
Okay.
1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level. And your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's
that's
actually
4,
it's got a little
3,
sphere on the
2,
top of it.
atrium.
It looks like
Yeah, I called it right.
a little square right on top.
That's
of
what I
the
called it
building. That
earlier.
would be an atrium.
I called it
You
an
mentioned
atrium.
2 shades of
Hey,
gray
it's a
on the
miracle.
rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes,
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the
Okay.
atrium is a lighter gray gravel, and on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray.
Okay.
Yeah, darker gray.
You
2
mentioned you're
vents.
familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium-style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the Hall of Flags is. It's directly underneath the Hall of Flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof
The top roof, yes.
with the darker shade of gray that
Yes.
you see? Okay. Thank you, officer.
He's talking about right there. See that? Thanks to girl and alley cake.
I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's not fair. We get to see something.
So we don't have this in electronic form.
Okay, I know what this is.
We do. Okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as States Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker. Is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in, so.
Do you see States Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And
Atrium.
how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So
Right
it's
down
kind
there.
of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugal building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white
I think
roof.
it's this right here.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay.
Red brick path top. I don't know what that
Can you
means.
see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the low.
Where's that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute.
This is like being there. Like I can tell you what they're saying.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms
And
of
what
relation
difference does
to
it make? Have the buildings
actual incident at
changed?
issue.
Who cares?
Thank you, Ms.
They've been there for years. The
Mr.
buildings.
Grunander.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of
Hey guys,
Appeals
if you can
case
help support the
from
channel, that'd be
2016.
awesome. Get some channel
The
memberships, etc.
citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35.
Yeah, he did do that.
And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it, and if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Yep, there it is. So that's just like that, basically.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay.
Thanks, Lynn.
Okay, can you hear me?
I think I said thanks
Yes.
earlier.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? You're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of
Thank
the
you, Wild Bill.
exhibit.
Okay, and where's the LOSI Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the LOSI building right here,
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can
Institute
you
building.
point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down? Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
For a
into
vehicle?
level 1
For a vehicle?
for vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road,
I didn't
which
notice
is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards
Something about right
Campus
there.
Drive.
So maybe he walked
So you
through
can
like
walk
this and
out
came out.
either up here on the northeast
Interesting.
side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side, and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the Los.
And they have exactly how
Okay,
I
thank
had
you.
him move.
You
it.
mentioned Campus Drive.
Crazy.
Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards
Right
the top
there.
left of the picture. It's almost like a T, and it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure, and it goes all the way around campus.
Parking structure.
Comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this
That's
exhibit?
right here.
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 south.
Right there.
And just below on this
850 south.
photograph.
That's where I had him parked.
Okay.
Look at that.
Are you familiar with 600 west?
Come on, let's
I
see,
am.
man.
And
Let's
where's
see.
that street in
That's
relationship
amazing.
to 850 south?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of
Right
that
here.
horseshoe.
See, I had him parked right there
And that
too at one
runs
point.
North and south?
North and
600.
south.
Okay. What about 720 west? Are
That's
you familiar with
that's
that street?
crazy.
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north
Right
and
there.
south. And it
725.
comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 south.
925 is right down here.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
And that's where Tyler
Okay,
is
so
parked.
just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 south, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 south, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 south, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe.
Just like that.
On
You
the
guys
right
see what
side
I'm
of the picture.
showing on the screen?
Okay. Thank you, officer.
This is
You can be
600,
seated.
925, 725, 800 south. And then this is, I think 800 west.
Okay.
I can't
I'm going
remember.
to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Mr. Grenada, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
Why? What's going on with this crap? Who cares? I'm kind of pumped. I feel like we nailed this sucker all the way through.
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift
He
for
was over
a special
here.
event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour.
Hey, thank
What
you.
happened? What did you see? What did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question. Kid asked him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes,
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you
Charlie.
Charlie?
Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of
Thanks,
situation.
Kaz.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say, when I was up there looking down, I'd say there were several thousand people, because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed, in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back, up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed,
Okay.
several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you
That's
described
right, Elena.
Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up. People were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought, at that moment, I was like, oh, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was closer range probably, because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area, because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's why I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? As far as direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the low seat building. Just
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got up there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
That's what I said. I even said it would be found right there where he put the gun together. That's hilarious, man. I said the screwdriver would be
I am
found
going
right
to
here where he
refer
put it together.
The witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1.
That is awesome.
Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that's
I can
how it
see that.
appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Isn't that awesome?
Your Honor, we renew, excuse me, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank
And
you.
guess what? His DNA is going to be on the screwdriver.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit, State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue
see there's
to
a gravel to
publish it
roof.
and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break,
All right.
if that's okay.
Okay, hurry up and move your head. Move your head.
Let's come back at it. It's 10:43. Let's go ahead and come back. Well, 10:44.
Move your head,
Let's
move your
come
head, move
back
your
at
head, move your
11
head.
o'clock and resume direct examination.
God, just move your head. We
Or
could have done a
brief recess.
screenshot. Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me. Shit. Yeah, isn't that wild, you guys? That's exactly where I said the screwdriver. I go, I bet they found the screwdriver right where he put it together, and he just got up and ran and shot, and he never, and that's why he didn't have the screwdriver with him. That he left it right here. That's what, and so apparently it was like right in this area though. So really close to that, I think. Although, it was weird, yeah, because the gravel looked like this. So it seems like he may have been, I don't know where he was when he went over this fence here. But it could have been, he might have been near the edge over there. A better spot would be here, though. Because it'd be harder to see if you were back here. Hey, thanks, Tracy Von Brott. So hopefully it's helping out a lot. Having, I know this area really well. So it's having this, Google Earth, and while they're talking, at least you get to see. It's actually better than what they're showing you because they have a still image and they're just kind of pointing around, and I can fly around and show you exactly what people are talking about. No, the Egyptians parachuted the screwdriver onto the roof when they flew over. Of course, in the plane were Israelis. I mean, that's where it gets kind of confusing, but. So eventually they're gonna bring up the point where, I mean, I think it's interesting what they're talking about, because you know when you're in this parking garage, how I have them, you know, when I'm in there, I come right out there, right? But man, doesn't it make a hell of a lot of sense that he kept hidden inside? Well, you know what? That's this next floor, though, isn't it? Oh yeah, huh? Okay, so forget that. So he went up these stairs. I guess he could have gone up another flight of stairs that we're not aware of, and then walked this direction, and then came out right there. That way he'd be in the parking structure for longer. But that would require that when he went through the tunnel right there, and then went up a flight of stairs, that he would then go up the next flight of stairs to get to that level. And as you can see, that level becomes the same level as this, see? Can I get a boom shakalaka? And by the way, you guys, can you please help support the channel? I mean, I've done a shitload of work on this case. It'd be great to have the support from the people watching the show so we can continue to do all this stuff. It has to be worth the time to do these live streams for 8, 9, 10 hours, whatever the hell it is. I mean, it's crazy. So if you would consider supporting the channel, maybe buy some channel memberships, etc. I bet you I'm the only person streaming this that is also showing you likely what's on the exhibits as they're talking. Okay?
Well, this is turned off right now.
So pretend I'm a Snickers bar, you guys, and support the channel. That'd be awesome. Instead of having just the same people over and over and over, it'd be nice for some of the other people who watch and hang out, etc. It doesn't have to be $10. It doesn't have to be $5. It could be $2, $1, whatever. Everything helps support the channel. Welcome, Megan Kelly. Come on. Jeez, another you can't really be your name. No way. That's funny. Hey, thanks so much there, Julie Cool. Very kind of you. And welcome to the members that Julie Cool, I'm not sure what cool, what did I say? Cool? Okay. Julie Cole just gave memberships to, so welcome. Oh, it's your middle name? Okay. All right. I was like, wow, Megan Kelly's here? I don't think she spells it the same way, though. I think she has a Y. Let me open up this again. So, this is the roof that they're talking about. I actually think that they found that, let me go back a little bit here. That screwdriver, I think, was found just out of that, like right here. Right in that, right there. Not way back in there, but like right there. See? Okay, so when Tyler Robinson came up here, he stepped over this wall right here. Whoa, is that the Broken Scout? What the heck? Thank you, man. I was actually thinking about you yesterday. I've been walking a lot. Yesterday I did 15,000 steps. But I was thinking, I bet I could keep up with the Broken Scout, man. That's like 6-7 miles right there. What do you mean Quietly Frozen? I haven't seen Quietly Frozen in like years. I'm not sure what that means even. Why do you type that in? Well, how's it going, the Broken Scout? What have you been doing these days? But I literally thought of you yesterday. Well, multiple times. I was thinking, like, it'd be cool if you guys ever came back out here again. Thank you, Vicky.
How's that? There you go. Okay.
I don't know. I don't think you knew that. You said that. His name before was Scoutin' Dude, and then he became Broken Scout. Okay, but look at right here. If you want to see this from this angle, Tyler Robinson walked up these stairs right here, came onto the roof, and then he just stepped over this little wall here, and he laid down and he took the rifle out of his pants right there, put it together, and then that's when he ran across the roof over to there. And so from this, so over there is where he put it together. Then he ran by like this, and then he shot Charlie Kirk from right there. In fact, you can see, just looking at that, like the displaced dirt there, right there. See that? Had to hang up the walking almost. Oh, really? Jeez, man. That sucks. But how you been doing otherwise? How's the is the home and everything back to up and running? And all right, let me shut this one down here. Is that useful for you guys? What I just showed you? And right down there is the courtyard with the flag. See that? You can see the angle he had right there to shoot. Let's see what the other ones that I have. What's that one? Shooting perspective. Oh yeah, that was. Handprint, the full walking route. Oh yeah, so this is pretty interesting. Watch. So this is exactly what Tyler Robinson did right here. Look how simple it is for those out there that, oh wow, yeah, really humid and stuff. If you don't know, look how easy it is to get on this roof. All right. So whatever Candace Owens was selling you, it was garbage, if you happen to watch that. And by the way, apparently people don't open doors for people here. And that girl was like so shocked that somebody opened the door. She was like, oh wow, jeez. Then I go up these stairs here. This is what Tyler Robinson did, all right? He just walked up these stairs. And then came up.
God, what an easy thing.
That's all you had to do. And then, see this fence that's right here? That was not there. So you just kind of visualize this whole area without that. That thing there wasn't there with the cameras on it. This fence was not there. So really, he just walked right over this little wall here and just put his leg over and went over. See, now I took the camera and I laid it over there. So I think the screwdriver was right here. Could have been at the end over there, I guess. But either way, the screwdriver is on the roof. That's what I thought. Not in the woods. So look, he's right there. Just laying down, putting the rifle together. Or crouched down, anyway. Is that helpful for you guys out there? I mean, is there anybody in here who hasn't seen me show these before? All right, let's see. Scouting Dude said it's so hot and humid, we're saving to get our own place. Just trying to steal. Hey. Yeah. Humid over there, huh? I think this is a really good one here. Maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, so this is where when he came off the roof, he came over like this. I thought it was weird because I didn't realize that this actually filmed. I put a 360-degree camera on it. And then you can actually see the handprints and everything. Look at right there. See that? These prints are Tyler Robinson. Right there. See that? That's the spot where he came down. That's where his handprint was, and then his feet and everything. He dragged off right there. Isn't that crazy to capture that on the drone itself? Thank you, Wild Bill Wassman. Yeah, and so this is the Losi Center building right here. That's where the camera was, right there, or is. And then he went into the wooded area right over there after jumping down and then walking along this grass, crossing the street, and then he walks over into the woods. You know what I'm saying? All right, anyways. I guess it's just old hat for you guys. Doesn't mean anything. The Apple sound effect. Hey, thanks for the Wild Bill Wassman wave. Wild Bill Wassman, Tracy Von Brott, Alley Cake, Wisconsin Catmon. Oh, by the way, this is a statement. Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's family release a joint statement ahead of the preliminary hearing today in Utah. Statement on behalf of Charlie Kirk, his immediate family, his parents, Robert and Catherine, his wife Erica, and his sister Mary. Charlie was a beloved husband, son, brother, friend, and father. Every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death and the loss that has irrevocably impacted our lives and the lives of his children. We remain deeply grateful for the support, prayers, and kindness we have received. This outpouring has sustained us during the darkest days of our lives. Out of the respect for the judicial process, we will not be commenting further at this time. We ask for continued privacy as we navigate this. All right. don't hear anything. A minute ago, you could still hear stuff. But... I gotta eat. I gotta eat something. The Maine lobster rolls? That's crazy. Hello. I don't know when they said they were coming back. It's not lunchtime for sure. I thought it was interesting that they brought up those streets that I asked about, especially this one. Why'd they talk about West 550 South? So this spot here is a spot that early on somebody said would be a good spot to have parked the car. And then my spot is right over here that I thought was good. And then it appears that there is aerial footage of the Dodge Challenger parked right there. So that's interesting. And I think it might have been parked there on the final run, but maybe not. Maybe that's not the vehicle. It just looked like one. It looked like the Dodge Challenger parked there, and it parked at the right time because there was another shot where it wasn't there. And so, man, it's weird that they brought up the name of that street, right? That 850 South. I wonder if they have surveillance of when where it parked. Somebody did, but early on, somebody mentioned right there. And it's a perfect spot. Look at this. See how there's a fence there, and then there's a fence on that side.
Please be seated. Court.
I had something almost like I had heat something where I lost all of my electrolytes, basically. Cramps in every portion of my body.
Where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break.
I hate when
so I just
judges
wanted
do
to
that.
clarify that.
You can't leave.
In case there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically three levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery, and third is which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would move
the screwdriver.
We would ask the court to publish that to the gallery.
He has it right there.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
Come on. Just hold it up a little bit more. Put it right over there with those. Now you can see where they have that one. See? Come on, put it right there with the rest of them. That screwdriver is a huge piece of evidence. Now, did you touch the screwdriver, sir?
Looks like it's just taking a second to
It does kind of sound like him, Juju.
come up on the screen. Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life, to display.
Hi. He's looking right at us. What the hell? I told it before, but one time I tried to join one of his courtroom sessions, and
All right, looks like it's
I wasn't supposed to be there, and he goes, "Who's Gray Hughes?" And I was like, I'm just checking to see how this works. He was pretty cool. He's different. He was different in that one compared to this one. He's really serious.
Yes.
Here.
all right. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Low C building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there,
It was
where
about
was
10
it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's
Means he
Exhibit
dropped it
number
while he
2
was running.
that was
Probably.
previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located,
Oh, man.
and describe it for the record.
So it's not exactly where I
Let's
thought, but about
step
15
down.
feet into the.
And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there. Okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay. So that was left there by an evidence tech.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
it was already sitting there.
Thank you.
Then the
You
screwdriver
can proceed,
dropped. Talk about conspiracy theories. Oh my God, there was an evidence marker and he put the screwdriver right next to it. Wow, what are the odds? That's crazy.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's the picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugal buildings on the top left
Looking
of it.
west,
You've
so-
got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunander?
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart
didn't
from the
film
evidence
himself.
tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay, otherwise, is it
What
fair
a
and accurate?
dumb thing to have
Yes.
to answer.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation, as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of, or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. It's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. I've come down from that, from where the water meets that red bricked part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west. And we're on top of the Losi building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher. So this is level at the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
As far
on
as the gravel?
southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard
Yes, there is.
in that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
That's gravel
No.
too.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last, same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
Well, it's not the same.
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tint in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic.
The pilot of the
for-
Egyptian
forensic for the
plane.
state of Utah
Okay.
examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation for the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation, I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2, but it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about, and so...
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do, in number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, they are, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. State would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is, I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags that's more
like
towards the
this.
top center.
He's just
and
like
behind
this.
that, you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center
point
of the
to that?
picture, if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building,
there.
it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it,
Okay,
or the southwest side of the roof.
thank you. You can take your seat.
That help you guys?
And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor.
And that's also. And that is, right?
Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there?
Like that.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Yes,
And what direction is that?
it's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
I thought those were the Halloween candies when I first saw them.
Given the foundation that has
those
been
little-
laid and that the witness has testified that
Like
this is a
corn
fair and
kernel
accurate
thing?
representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Oh, that bottle.
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay.
Hey, a Reese's peanut
If we
butter
could
cup.
Go back to State's Exhibit number 2.
It actually looks like a cupcake bottom. That's weird.
If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in.
Maybe that's a vent of some sort. It's so small, though. Oh, yeah, there's another one over there. Yeah, it did look like a Reese's.
Officer, I'm going to have you
Coat
come down
back here, but when you zoom in, it's
and describe for the court where you
Okay.
put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
Thank you, Tracy Von Brock.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah,
That's
Okay.
what they're looking at.
Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be, when I
Thanks,
left that
Sally,
area,
too.
it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay.
around there.
Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes, I
Just
did.
to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene
Okay.
without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you.
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed a screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was a direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody from that moment. I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building, so ran towards the tent of where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Yep.
Okay.
Over here, jump down.
You mentioned that this individual on the video
here.
dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't
far?
mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
What do you mean hearsay?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right.
Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think,
That
I mean,
was-
he's
it was a
clearly
tip.
offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to
Yeah,
circle back
bullshit.
to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that, but right now I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further,
Nah.
Mr. Hernandez?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way, other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
it's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3. Okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building,
Transpired.
of the Losi building.
Okay.
Massive lull,
Having,
you guys. Massive
viewed
lull.
that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes.
Oh, hey, thanks, Paulette.
Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner.
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass.
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right
Wow,
there
on the grass,
next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage
Wonder if
that
that's
you
where they got
personally
the-
observed.
That's
Yes.
crazy if they got it off the grass.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof. That was not there.
From the top
I
of the
could see
roof.
that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence.
I filmed that.
That needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the
Yeah,
shoe print
I went there in
that you
October.
observed on the grass on the
You must have been gone
northeast
for that long, huh?
lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
No, I didn't let him coming. I just went there. You don't have to tell it. It's a public property, you know.
Officer Bagley, what did you do
I mean,
next?
it's a public school. You can just
From
walk
that
around.
moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugel building and knew that where the Instant Command Center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
Thanks for the 58 months.
State will pass the witness.
So yeah, come on, where you been, Candalee Woodward Stone? I've gone over the footage a million times. Must have been watching something else. Let's see. These are a couple of Reuters
Ms.
shots.
Nestor,
They're
before you
pretty good.
begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You
There's
may
the
proceed.
cross-examination.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Candalee.
this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift.
And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief, Long, got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of
Yeah,
Flags
I got a bunch of
throwing stuff
footage.
down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us that were, there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Who cares?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like
No.
that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to
Wow,
you
her
about
and
covering
Candace Owens are on the same
anything near or on top of or in the Low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Oh,
Yes.
boy.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
They think
I
their
saw one
best,
individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right
best
next to me.
bet is to
Okay,
cater to
and that
the
was before the
conspiracy
shooting.
nutters.
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowd,
create-
down by him, yes.
A pool
And
of
were
people.
you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Ah,
Okay.
yes, this-
Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes,
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there, secure the area, and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is his police report. It's mine.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5, maybe? Let me look and see. All right, now, let me ask the question again. Sorry, we just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
So they're going to say, oh, see, he made that up. He came up with it later. It really didn't come from the right. It was an exploding mic.
And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay.
It's hard
So
to get
let's talk
anybody to
about that
support the
holster
channel
for a
these
minute.
days, Julie. It's like a
So you heard the
struggle
shot,
daily.
and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes? And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top,
There you
after a
go.
little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
There's,
Hello,
so
Tracy. Thank you.
On the south side, in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing, so there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster
Well, thank you.
For what
Casey.
type of
for a
weapon?
pistol.
Have fun with your parents.
And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope,
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
nope,
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I remember that. They found that.
At
post.
some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nilsson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU.
No,
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
no,
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
I think
True.
they found one on the ground in the. I kind of remember that.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
That's
Yes,
that old.
and that's
guy.
why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the
you
holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with the prisoner of the shooter. So they had been
So
within right there.
you didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
All right.
I don't know if if it keeps playing or how it works, but let's see. I'll save that one. So like an hour from now, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna put these videos up on, and then I'll go take the break. I'm gonna go do some walking, even though I'm really tired. All right, let's see. Yeah. But other than those really two big ones we got, we wouldn't even be at the goal yet, you guys. So if you guys could help support the channel during the show, that would be awesome. this? 1. Come on. I know you did. You did a bunch of times there to girl. Just we've had very few people, you know, that's the problem. Alright, so this is like 40 minutes long. Maybe just play that. This is, if you watch all of this, you'll know like a lot of the really important stuff, you know. So here we go. There's 2 parts, so it'll have the beginning again on each one. Well, actually, I can just. Guess I could go like that. Jesus, what the hell is it doing? Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Thank you very much for taking the time to watch the video. If you like the video, if you could hit that like button for me, that would be great. Subscribe to the channel, that would be awesome. Today's video is regarding Tyler Robinson and the murder of Charlie Kirk. Now, I am making a 3-part series here. I'm going to put out each part individually, then I'll put them all together in a final video.
Haven't done part 3 yet.
When they are all complete. But this one is part 1, where it goes through in the documents a week prior to Tyler Robinson showing up, and I use the probable cause document, the warrant, etc., and I have the screenshots of. Here, I'm going to add this. I'm going to add something else at the end over there. Hold on. Yeah, there's one on my shadow analysis one. That was good. All right. And that should be almost the whole hour right there, you guys. So check it out. You'll find them interesting. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Thank you very much for taking the time to watch the video. If you like the video, if you could hit that like button for me, that would be great. Subscribe to the channel, that would be awesome. Today's video is regarding Tyler Robinson and the murder of Charlie Kirk. Now, I am making a 3-part series here. I'm going to put out each part individually, then I'll put them all together in a final video when they are all complete. But this one is part 1, where it goes through in the documents a week prior to Tyler Robinson showing up, and I use the probable cause document, the warrant, etc., and I have the screenshots of the text on the screen indicating different elements. All right, so when you're watching the video, when you see the screenshots of text, that's where they came from. So let's get started on the video right now. Let's start off by pointing out that Turning Point USA on August 27, 2025 put out a social media post indicating that on September 10th that Charlie Kirk will be speaking at Utah Valley University. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male, who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views, In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Early on in the case, there was reporting that a Utah Valley University student claims he called the FBI after seeing suspicious person on the Losi Center roof twice in the weeks leading up to the Charlie Kirk assassination. I believe the school newspaper interviewed this individual, and here's a portion of that audio.
Yeah, I guess I don't remember the exact day. I know at least the second time was last week, either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah. So last Tuesday and Wednesday, but they were on separate days.
They were separate days.
Okay.
It may have been both last week, Tuesday and Wednesday. One of them might have been like the week before Thursday or something. But yeah, like I said, it wasn't memorable or significant enough at the moment for me to really remember.
What did he look like?
Skinny, tallish white guy. Had a like baseball cap on or some kind of hat, I think. Had a backpack.
Okay.
Dark hair, I think.
Dark hair. Was he dressed in like dark clothing? Do you remember?
Yeah, he was.
He was. Okay. Was it like black or?
Something dark.
Was it similar to what was seen in the pictures?
Yeah, for sure. And that's kind of why I thought of that when I saw the pictures.
Okay.
I guess I don't think I'd remember enough to really definitively say that the guy I saw is the guy in the pictures.
Right.
I just know I saw a guy wandering around on the roof, and the guy that I saw in the pictures looks similar.
But it was the same roof of the same building.
Yes. Well, I don't know exactly because it's the computer science building has this long concourse that connects to the Lazi Center.
Yeah.
My bet would be that that's how the shooter got onto the Lazi Center roof, because that's one of the few ways I know of. I guess there's also a ladder on the other side.
As in that's how he got on yesterday or last week?
Oh, well, last time I saw it and he came off of there.
Okay, and you said he like jumped over the fence?
Yeah, there's kind of a railing around. There's this like concourse sticking out from the CS building that people are actually supposed to be allowed to walk on.
Okay.
And he walked over that railing and started wandering around the ledge.
Ah, okay. And facing which way?
He was totally looking out in the direction of like that fountain courtyard and out this way. The first time I thought it was a little weird, but didn't think much of it. Decided not to say anything, especially because another guy walked back. I think he was a professor. I know I've seen him around a lot more. And he comes from below and he shouts up at the guy. He asks like, "Are you okay?" The guy up there says, "Yeah, I'm doing fine." And the professor says, "Okay," and walks away. And I kept walking because I had work to do. I didn't really.
And that was the first or second time?
That was the first time.
And then what about the second time?
The second time I saw him do the same thing. He hopped the railing, started wandering around.
Was he dressed in the same clothing?
Similar.
Okay.
I don't remember enough to say whether it was.
And it was the same guy?
It was definitely the same guy those two times.
Okay. Do you know about how old he was?
He looked
like a college student.
He looked like a student. Maybe 20s, 30s.
Also in the charging document is a conversation between Twiggs and Tyler Robinson. In the conversation, the roommate says, "How long have you been planning this?" Tyler Robinson said, "A bit over a week, I believe." This seems to verify that witness's account. Now, on the day of the shooting, Tyler Robinson is seen in his Dodge Challenger showing up before he shows up on campus. So if we look at the time here, it's 8:22, almost 8:23 in the morning. So he drove up this direction. Now he may have parked for a minute or so, or just based off of traffic, it took him a while to get to the parking structure. So here he is driving down the street. Now the bottom right-hand corner just before that, that's the house that has the surveillance footage on it. And I have it sped up here. So he's just driving around. And I'm going to say it took him 5 minutes after driving by there to get to the parking structure where he eventually parks and then heads over to the Losi Center. But here comes the vehicle right now. And it drove by also that same camera that films him walking by himself on his final run. Agent Mortensen reviewed Utah Valley University's security video and discovered Robinson's Challenger enter UVU parking structure located on Campus Drive at approximately 800 West at 8:28 a.m. And then there's the parking structure right there. He goes into the parking structure, and after entering the structure, Robinson parked and exited the vehicle and walked around the campus until 9:24 hours when he returned to his car. In the video, Robinson is seen wearing a ball cap, red t-shirt, light-colored shorts, and Converse-style tennis shoes. During the time that Robinson walked around the campus, he is seen visiting areas such as the wooded area near where a rifle is later recovered, and the site where the victim was shot. And right here you'll have a video of him. I made an animation of him walking using 3D Studio Max. Obviously he has shorts on in the real world, but I'm just giving you a representation of where he may have been walking, somewhere on the street right here. But he has the maroon shirt, the baseball cap on, but the characters in 3D Studio Max only have pants, and there are no ones with shorts, so just picture him this way. They didn't mention that he was wearing a backpack, and you'll hear that here in a minute, but this is where he perhaps walked into the parking structure. This is the entrance. This is the same entrance that he exited, I guess, when he went up the stairs after going through the tunnel that we'll see in a later video. So he enters the building at 9:24. Robinson leaves the parking structure in his vehicle at approximately 9:32 a.m. hours and traveled northeast from the campus, which is the direction from which he is later observed walking towards the campus prior to the shooting. Now we see Tyler Robinson in his Dodge Challenger. He is heading up to 800 South. He's going to turn right, and then eventually he ends up on 600 West, I believe. And in this video, I actually have him slow down and so forth at lights. This is also using 3D Studio Max and a 3D model of the entire UVU campus area that is significant in what we are discussing. So after the vehicle stops there for a moment, it takes off and starts moving. Now, if you have a big screen TV or a cell phone, whatever, you can just zoom in and watch the vehicle. It'll be probably slightly blurry doing that. But here comes the vehicle. It's now passing. It just passed the area right now where a camera across the street is likely going to pick him up. And that shows that he's sort of in that general area, especially since you see him walking a little bit later. Now, I think he parks the car here in a moment in a very good location. This is on 600 West. And I think that this area right here would be a perfect location for him to have parked. And I think that would be right around 9:36. And then when we look at this, it's only 21 minutes later where we see Tyler Robinson wearing exactly the same clothing minus the backpack that he was wearing just prior when he went to the parking structure, visited the wooded area, and went to the area where Charlie Kirk was eventually shot. He was wearing that clothing minus the backpack. Now, I haven't seen this dry run, I call it, in any of the documents yet. And yet, this is Tyler Robinson. He's coming right from the direction of where the Dodge Challenger was parked, and he is doing a dry run. He's taking the exact same route that he eventually takes later, which will be in a subsequent video. This is part one of 3 different parts, and then I'll put them all together in one final video. But I think it's important to know the facts of the case. Now, some of this I'm speculating on where he literally parked the car, etc. But we know that he was parked up in that area because law enforcement has seen him on surveillance cameras. Now, right when he gets down to the end of this little curve right here, or the beginning of the curve, I guess, I switch over to a 360-degree camera. So this is right where that location is. And he's walking down the street. And I have it at 150% speed just for saving some time on the video, but this is the precise walk that Tyler Robinson made on his dry run. Now, I think his final walk may have started closer to 800 south. This is just his first dry run trip. Now, he may have actually taken this whole exact route the final time, but he wasn't seen walking on that same camera footage or surveillance footage that we just were looking at when he was wearing the maroon shirt, the shorts, the backpack, the hat, and glasses. So he's just continuing to walk in this direction, and then eventually makes his way. At the end of this street, you're at 800 south. Now, right in this area, we'll later discover in one of the subsequent videos, this is the portion right when the camera turns to the right. Right there, that house filmed the Dodge Challenger parked very early in the morning on the 11th. Now, just after midnight and a little bit around 1 o'clock. We'll get to the precise details later, but that's when he took off and went back home. So right now it's 10:01, and I timed this all out. That's why I know with my shadow analysis videos that I made that it wasn't 8:08 when Tyler Robinson was seen walking in the neighborhood on surveillance footage using the same camera that TMZ put out there, or at least the house over from where TMZ used. People were saying that was 8:07, 8:08. I think Candace Owens put that out there. It might have been reported elsewhere, but it was actually 10:07 or 10:08. Now I have a running clock down here. It's also keeping up with the 150% speed. And in a moment here, we should be reaching 800 south. It's about a 10-minute walk from the first surveillance shot to where we see him again later. Now, with a rifle in his pants, the walk would obviously be a little bit slower. And I was there in October, so somebody here has a bunch of Halloween characters outside. It's pretty good. And just off to the right before I got to that Halloween house, there's a street right there, and I think that might be where he moved the car just prior to his final run. And then he could just walk right back out onto this street right here with the gun down his pants and then turn left. And now this is 800 south. And momentarily we'll pass the area where we've seen Tyler Robinson walking with his dark outfit on, the pants, you know, his final run where he's literally going to commit the homicide. And you see him right here on these jagged fence, sawtooth fence wall here. This is where he's picked up on the other side of the street, walking on this side. And you'll see that in the next video. But this is the dry run, and the dry run ends right at the grassy area after the final surveillance shot. So there isn't, we don't have any footage of him on campus or anything like that after that. And it could be that that's the only thing that he worked on, was going to the tunnel, going through the tunnel and going, okay, this is how I can do this. But he obviously knew about the tunnel and how it leads right into the same parking structure. So earlier he parked in the parking structure and exited, and then he must have known that a tunnel goes to the other side. And I wonder if that's what made up the missing 8 minutes, right? Because it was something like 9:24 he got back to the parking structure, and then 9:32 is when his vehicle exited the parking structure, so that's 8 minutes. So maybe in that 7-minute time frame, 7 or 8 minute time frame there, he went through the tunnel and could see where it came out, and then eventually did the dry run, which we're seeing right now, and it worked. Now, I don't know if he looked at a map. He's obviously been there before. This is, as we played earlier, he had shown up before, so he might have had this all worked out already. And right now he's walking down the street, and right about here is where the original TMZ video picked him up when he's wearing the dark outfit. And the house was on the right, that house right there. Right now, at this point, I switch over to Chuck Keeler's video because he walks right next to the fence, just how Tyler Robinson was doing it. And he's going to pass that garage that you see on the right, and right above the middle garage door at the top corner is a surveillance camera. And that's what picks up Tyler Robinson right after this bush here. So here he comes. So he's wearing exactly the same clothing. Look at the time, 10:08. And then right near the end, he sort of veers off closer to the grass. All right, well, thank you all very much for watching. If you could share the video with as many people as possible, that would be great. We need to get the factual, realistic information out there. Sure, I speculate on some details to fill in gaps, but it's all reasonable speculation. All right, so thank you all very much for watching. Really appreciate it, and look out for part number 2 coming up here in the next day or two. Thanks again for watching, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates. This video is the long-awaited part 2 of Tyler Robinson's final movements on September 10th, 2025, the day that Charlie Kirk was killed. Make sure to watch the entire video so that you know the movements and the surrounding areas better than anyone. The entire timeline is synced up to real time. In some portions of the video, I sped up the time for easier viewing. A lot of effort was made to make sure of various timeline-associated moments, and the last parts are all synced up to Adam Bartholomew's timeline. I was able to determine the shot took place just before 12:23:29 p.m. The video picks up where This video picks up where part 1 dropped off. So buckle up. This gets crazy. So Tyler Robinson continues down 800 South, and he's heading west. The arrow that you see there is pointing to a house that will eventually pick him up on surveillance footage. As he heads down 800 South, he walks by this white fence, and getting near the end of the white fence is when that camera starts picking him up. And he walks along that sawtooth fence. Now there you see Tyler Robinson. He's got the backpack on, his jeans, hat, and he's walking by the sawtooth wall that I call it. And he's heading down. Now in a moment here, a vehicle appears to stop at the same intersection he was at, and originally it looked like, wow, that's pretty odd, but it turns out that the sidewalk that Tyler's walking by right now is red, and you cannot park there, meaning the curb is painted red, but it's been worn away so you can hardly see it. So this car looks like it pulled up and was about to park there and went, oh, okay, I can't park there. And then he drove forward. And you can see it went about as far as he was. It even goes past where you can see it on the camera right here, where the red is, so there was no spots for him to park. And then we go back to Tyler Robinson's view. He's passing 750 West right now. And you can see the street signs as well. And we're on 800 South still. Now the next street up in front of us there, that's the street that when Tyler turns onto, I think it's 800 West, that's the street that the TMZ cameras pick him up. Okay, but I'm giving you the full view of what Tyler Robinson would have been seeing, and then I also combine it with surveillance footage. And then make sure you watch this whole video, because later on I have animations, some of which will look exactly like what we're going to see at the preliminary hearing or at the trial, based on the fact that they did use that 360-degree camera, and I used a 360-degree image that I took with a drone, and I'm able to move Tyler Robinson, or a 3D character representing him through the scene, and it will look really similar to that. So right now we are about to turn on 800 West. This is from Tyler Robinson's point of view. Now, I do use a little clip from Chuck Keeler. He went out there originally a long time ago. I went there in October, and this is the footage that I got on my 360-degree camera. And then you can actually see the parking garage way down there through the opening on the street in the background. So Tyler Robinson's walking right here. And then when we get to that next driveway on the left, that's the driveway that we see Tyler Robinson running out of in the TMZ video that they so poorly zoomed in on and pretty much ruined the look of. Now you can see in front right there are some fuchsia, sort of, dark pink looking flowers on the ground there. And when Tyler Robinson almost reaches the end of the fuchsia plants, that's when the TMZ camera picks him up on his way in. Okay, so there's that other footage that I just mentioned that's after the shooting. This is on the way in. So right about now, we're going to start picking him up. Here we go. And there he is. See him in the upper left by those same pink plants. And he's walking by again, favoring the right leg, swinging the right leg. He's got a sweatshirt on with a white logo in the middle. Turns out to be an eagle. He's got the hat on. And this is all synced up in time. So everything that you're seeing right now is happening right when it was happening on a clock. Okay, so this is the exact amount of time it would take to do this. So this is Chuck Keeler's video. This little portion right here. Because he walked right next to the wall just like Tyler Robinson did. So he continues walking, and then on the right there, the house with the 3 garage doors, they have a camera above that. And then just past this bush, he's picked up again. At approximately 11:50 a.m., a UVU surveillance camera first captured Robinson walking across a grassy area north of Campus Drive at approximately 800 West. This is interesting because the camera that we're looking at right now is not a UVU camera, so where was that camera? And now we have Tyler Robinson making his way to the grassy area. And then you see him turn around and pause, almost like he hesitated, as if he was about to change his mind. But then he continues forward. Now we switch back to the view that Tyler Robinson would have had. And he makes his way to the makeshift bridge that goes over this little waterway here. So here's the makeshift bridge. He goes over it. And this is likely exactly the route that he took because it avoids having to use steps. So when you see him walking right here, he goes right down here. I doubt he went left over there because then you have to go down some stairs or jump over the wall. He just walked down right here and it takes you to the ground level of the parking area. This parking area leads to the parking garage if you go through the tunnel. Now Tyler Robinson makes his way to the asphalt parking area here. He likely goes around to the left, as that's the least populated area of this parking area. Now on the screen every once in a while you'll see text, and that text is either from the probable cause or charging documents. And we will be reading some of that now, as we have prior to this, and it says Robinson walks south through the parking lot and approaches a pedestrian tunnel that runs underneath Campus Drive. Robinson pauses briefly before entering the tunnel. Before entering the tunnel, Robinson pauses at the top of the stairs and pulls out what appears to be a cell phone from his right pocket using his right hand at approximately 11:53 a.m. And as you can see, he's just about to approach the top of the stairs that go underneath into the tunnel that lead to the parking garage. And in the documents, it states that Robinson appears to be manipulating the cell phone device with his hands, possibly texting. Robinson eventually puts what appears to be a cell phone back in his right pants pocket using his right hand. Robinson walks down the stairs and noticeably keeps his right leg mostly straight while walking down the stairs into the tunnel. As you can see, the clock is ticking really quickly. I think he was there for a while, because they do even use the term eventually he puts the phone back in his pocket. So it seems like he's there for a while, given how fast somebody might walk, etc. Like my normal walking speed, he's walking probably 70 to 80% of that with that limp action that he's got. And I'm just using some AI images I created off of that image you see right there. So that is basically what it looked like. This is where the camera was. I put my 360-degree camera right where this camera was, and it's hard to make it exact, but that's where he was standing. Robinson walks through the tunnel and into the parking garage area. Robinson walks up the stairs to the second level of the parking garage. While walking up the stairs in the parking garage, Robinson continues to keep his right leg straight. As Robinson approaches the landing on the stairs between the first and second floor, it appears as though there is something bulging out from Robinson's waistband area as he walks up the stairs. The bulge appears to be underneath Robinson's black shirt and on the right side of Robinson's waistband area. Now, these images that you see here are the ones released to the media, and these are the images that Tyler Robinson's parents used to recognize him. Robinson's mother stated the following to police. On September 11, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was homesick and that he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Corroborating what Tyler's mother said, Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. So obviously after Tyler Robinson goes up the stairs and exits the parking garage, he's walking in this direction towards the Losi Center building. In fact, at the very end of this, straight ahead to the left is the Losi Center building. But I believe right here he would have veered off to the left to avoid any steps. Now he can just sort of walk up a ramp, avoiding at least one set of stairs. And I think this is exactly how he went. Now they may have cameras that show he walked in a different direction, down here, maybe just walked on the road, etc., but this is where he went. And see how we haven't had to go up any stairs yet. Now right here on the left, he has to go up these 3 steps, which are pretty easy. Now, just real short steps, goes up these, and then he stays here, and again, it ramps up and avoids more stairs. Because if you look at the stairs on the right there, see how long those are? They go down. But he doesn't have to take those. Because if he had gone down on that street, he would have to go all the way up those stairs. But right here, he would turn left and go up this shorter stairs. And really, that's the last set of stairs he's going to be taking until he goes up the stairs to make it onto the roof of the Losi Center building. Now, if you've been watching Candace Owens, she'll tell you how, man, this guy was like a gymnast, how he got up on the roof. And, you know, it's almost as if she's never watched any of the real reporting on the case and just goes with whatever sounds cool that day. So again, look at right here. He would go up this brick road here instead of walking straight ahead and going up all those stairs. This is much easier. So he's walking, you know, he's still swinging the leg, etc. In a moment here, I'll be switching over to a 3D animation using a similar shot. I actually have a 360-degree image that I took from exactly up in the air of within a foot or two of where that 360-degree camera is that filmed the Losi Center building that law enforcement used. And I have an image that replicates that, and you'll see that here in a minute. So we know from the documents that at approximately 12:02 p.m., Tyler Robinson can be seen coming around this corner right here. The documents state that at approximately 12:02 hours, Robinson is observed walking on the north side of the Losi Center building, walking with the same gait as observed earlier. Robinson walks south on the sidewalk on the east side of the Losi Center building. Robinson enters the Losi Center building through a set of doors on the southeast corner of the Losi Center building. I actually also used the daylight system, so the sun angle should be correct. And you see him walking there. And then eventually he'll make his way into the Losi Center building. But see how this is absolutely similar to what they have in their 360-degree video. They're going to be able to film him moving along, going into the building and eventually onto the roof, and I animate those as well, and you'll see those momentarily. So Tyler Robinson is about to enter the Losi Center building, and this is where I pick up my 360-degree video again. Almost his eyes, he's going through the door. Obviously, he'd probably walk slightly slower than that. And we don't know what Tyler Robinson was doing in the building from 12:04 to 12:15. It could be that he actually went out those back door and then took a right and walked a little bit. You can see the courtyard where Charlie Kirk spoke, and he was doing his event. And maybe he watched that for a little bit, saw that he was on stage, and then came back and went up the stairs. So what I'm suggesting is after coming in here, we don't really know where he went, but it's possible that he went out here and turned to the right. You see in front of us right there? If you go to the right, that actually goes to a place where you can see the stage. And then Tyler Robinson walks up these stairs. At approximately 12:15 p.m., Robinson is observed walking up the stairs that lead to the common area adjacent to the Losi Center building. Robinson walks to a short concrete wall that separates the common area from the rooftop of the Losi Center building. Now, as you can see in that previous clip, there is a short wall that Robinson makes his way to, and it's very short. You can just basically step over it or just lean over and kind of roll into it. The documents state that at approximately 12:17 hours, Robinson climbs over the short wall and appears to crouch down on the north side of the wall of the rooftop, as you can see here in the video. At approximately 12:22 hours, Robinson stands up and starts running across the rooftop of the Locy Center building. Robinson runs to the west side of the rooftop and appears to scoot along the rooftop area as he gets closer to the edge of the rooftop. Now you'll see all of this in animated form. He gets closer to the edge of the rooftop, slows down, crouches down, and lays down.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys coming out here.
We appreciate you. Love you.
You're gonna go down and see the closer. They have like restrictions here.
Crowded. It's just there's just so much.
Before we had a flag and we had it, so it was
counting or not counting gang violence.
And they just moved.
What was that?
We are here live at Utah Valley State University. There's been a shooting at the Charlie Kirk event, the TPUSA event. There has been a shooting. Everybody is evacuating.
Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share the video, and subscribe. Today's video is a video I meant to make a while ago regarding shadow analysis of various time frames to make sure everything is consistent. And I think I've discovered something that changes sort of the order, and maybe you can theorize on Tyler Robinson's movements based on the different time frame. I've speculated recently that the 8:06 time frame that was reported in news outlets of being the time where Tyler Robinson walks by one of those initial sort of TMZ cameras, they said that was at 8:06, and that's absolutely not correct at all. In fact, I believe it's after the shot that you're seeing on the screen right now. So we see this shot right here. We see the his vehicle pull in to this area at 8:23 in the morning, and then we later see him walking by here right there. Now if you can see, there's a shadow right there. Now I have a program called 3D Studio Max, and here's the same angle. So let me show you what I've done here. I've taken two different images, satellite images, and they're north-south oriented, and in 3D Studio Max I have them placed the images onto two different planes, all right? And then I have a sunlight system. See this right here? That's the daylight system. And if you select the daylight system, let's put the time where it matches the time frame in the video, all right? So right over here on the right-hand side of the screen If you don't have HD, it might be hard to see, but this is at, right now it's at 10 o'clock. So let's switch it to 9:57, which is the time that the surveillance footage has on it. So if you can see right here, I have it set for 9:57, and it's September 10th, 2025, and it's -6 UTC time. So you can actually have it set to -7 and then click on daylight savings time, and it would turn out to be exactly the same. All right, so I have everything set correctly. Also, you can get the location, and in here I have it set to Orem, Utah. So all of those are necessary to get an accurate shadow. You have the location, you have the date, and a time frame. All right, so let's take a look at this camera. Now, this is where the camera is on this house. It's just like this. Let me go straight up and down, look at it. And there's the camera. It's right off that point, facing this way, and Tyler Robinson is walking basically right in that area. So let's go back to that video. There's the driveway. There's the bush at the end of it. Go back to 3D Studio Max. There's the bush right there. He's walking by right there, and we're going to look through that camera, and then I'm going to render the scene, and I have put a cylinder right where Tyler Robinson would be standing, as I've explained. And then look, see how the shadow goes off just slightly to the right of the cylinder? You can see it right there. See that? That's the shadow from the sun being set up exactly how we have it set to 9:57 on 9/10/2025 in Orem, Utah. All right, so you can definitely see it right there. All right, so that time is correct, 9:57. So now let's take a look at the other location, which is the the TMZ camera. This is the second one that was released, the secondary camera. The other one is just north of that. So we're going to take a look at this one, and this is the shot. This is where Tyler Robinson is standing. So what we're going to do is get out Adobe Premiere here and move it forward to one of those shots. Now this is a good example right here. We have no time associated with this camera here, except the other camera shows that this is right around 11:50. So we can assume this is right around 11:50, and we go, let's just put it right on that line, and he's straight up in the air right there. Okay, so look at the shadow angle. It's going just like that. So let's take a look at what we have in 3D Studio Max here. So we see that, and let's go back to Adobe Premiere. So we're right in the same spot, that cylinder. So you see the angle right there, where it's just gonna get into that line that's right there. So it just would go like right there from that position. So let's go ahead and render out the shot. So it should go back by right there if we switch the time to 11:50. Okay, and then I'm going to render it again, and let's see what happens. And we're going to render it right here, and you'll even notice that on the cylinder itself, the shadow is on the correct side. You can see right there, it's lit on the right. There's the shadow. And let's see where it goes. Now I made this longer so we could extend it out. And see, look at that. It goes. That's the sideline right there, and it goes right in the same position. So that is correct. That is absolutely accurate. That's right around 11:50. And here's an example of both of them side by side. So here is Tyler Robinson, and this is the cylinder in the same location. See right there. We have that line, and there's one in the middle. I'm having him stand right by that. And if you notice, the angle of the shadow is absolutely consistent with it being 11:50. All right. So now let's take a look at the key image here. So we have two images that we verified that shadows are consistent with the time frame. So let's go ahead and switch this over to 8:06 in the morning. So let's fix the time frame here. So this would be, let's make this 8:06. 8:06. And let's render it and see what happens. And then after we render it, we'll compare it to the image that was put out there in the video where he's walking by and there's a shadow walking by. Now 8:06 in the morning, it's still, you know, the sun's only been up for less than an hour, so it's not really that bright. So let's take a look. We'll still be able to see the shadow angle at 8:06 in the morning. Okay, so can you guys see the shadow angle here? It's almost straight off, and like here's the grout line and another grout line. See how it just kind of goes almost straight off? I mean, straight would be right like that, okay? So just kind of keep that in mind when we're looking at the surveillance footage. So here we go. We're going to go to Adobe Premiere, and we're going to look at, let's go back to that footage that was assigned to 8:06 in the morning. Well, look at the angle of that sun right there. See that? So we'll put him in that same spot right there. Look at that. That's not even close. And in fact, if you drew a line from there, it would be just left of that line. So if you drew it out and went like just like that, it would be just left of this grout line. So that's not even close. It's definitely not 8:06. So let's go back to 3D Studio Max, get the light system, and then we know what the angle was during at 11:50, so it's somewhere in between that. So let's go ahead and make this something like 9:30 or so. All right, and we'll just kind of look at it roughly here. We hit the render button. So this would mean it was before the 9:57 video, but just much later than 8:06. So let's see what it says. And when I say, let's see what it shows us where the shadow would go. If it's anything to the right of where that last shadow was from, then we know it's later than that. So here it goes rendering. And you can see the angle's sharper now, for sure. And it's supposed to be left of that line before the next grout line, and it is not. See, it needs to be over here. So that means it's later. So then I said, okay, if it's later, then maybe it's after 9:57. So let's go to like 10:05. All right, we're going to switch that right now. So here we go. We're going to switch that to 10:05. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it 10:06 because they were saying it was 8:06. And I'm just going to assume that they're 2 hours off for some reason. And let's hit the render button. And here we go. Takes a little bit to render here. But this program's been incredible for me over the years, being able to determine the time of video when you don't have a time code given with it. And that's what we have here. And I think this answers a lot of questions. So if we take a look at this, I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit to maybe here. I have to pan out slightly. And then look at this. That's exactly the same. Notice how that is coming in, and it would go right to the left of that grout line. So it might even be slightly later, like 10:08, something like that, but it's after the other shot. And here is a side-by-side comparison. So this is an unknown time frame, except we do now know approximately what time it was. So you can see, I mean, this is not at 8:06 in the morning. And I did check this grout line here, or whatever this is right here. There's shadows in there too, but the first line right there is the actual grout line, and you can compare it to the flower bed. See how it's just off of the flower bed there? And we take a look at Adobe Premiere, see how it's just right there. take a look at that again. Yep, and the angle's just different, but it's definitely, this one here is not the grout line of each of those slabs because it's way out there. It's the first one, all right? So you can see the shadow goes this direction and goes in past this grout line right over there, which makes that very likely to be right around the 10:06 time frame. So when we look at Google Earth here, that means, I like to look at it from this angle. He was right over here at 9:59 and then started walking this direction, and I think he walked right by here, maybe looked over at his dump spot, walked around this neighborhood like this, around and down, and then came by right here, and that's at like 10:06. Now we also know that he was there in the area at 8:30, and I think that probably is associated with the car driving by here at 8:23, and it drives this direction, and then probably, I bet you from there it probably drives this direction down here, and maybe parks right over in this area, or drives onto the campus, because they do say they see it on campus, so maybe it drives into the area, could even be right here, gets out, walks around, then eventually he parks his car somewhere right over here, in my opinion. Somewhere literally like inside this block right here. And then just got out the dump site of the weapon, and then he continues down like this, just looks at it, goes around, and then he goes back into campus for a little bit, and then eventually he must go back out to where his vehicle is over here, and switch out to wearing the black pants, the black shirt, the hat, and putting the rifle in his pants. Now, where he did that, we still don't know. It definitely wasn't here at this church. It doesn't appear, because I don't know why he'd be walking this direction south if he parked over there. You wouldn't walk all the way up there with the gun in your pants and have to walk all that extra distance. So I think he did park up in here somewhere and then walk down here and then this direction later. At we see him here at 11:50, so it's almost 2 hours later, an hour and 45 minutes after we see him wearing the maroon shirt heading this direction. He then shows up later, and again, and that's after he must have made his way back. Now, I don't know how long they have him on campus. They said his car showed up in the area at 8:30, and then they start seeing him walking around. Now, how long was that? Maybe the car was there, and then he shows up at more like 10 o'clock onto the campus and then leaves. That's something we still have to figure out, but we now know that that image of him walking was after the image of him walking up here. Okay, so he walks by that house at 9:57, and then I think it's down here at 10:06, and that makes a hell of a lot more sense. It wasn't really making sense, and it wasn't adding up to the information that we've been given before. All right, so just taking a look at these again, this is at 10:06, and you can see those shadows absolutely work. Right to the left side right there, and this would eventually go right to there. It's just I have it at a different angle. It's a little lower. I could probably pan the camera up on the left a little higher, and it would look exactly the same. See how like this area here is shorter and this is longer? So maybe I'll do that on another experiment here later, or perhaps even on a live stream. That would be cool. We've got that, and so this is absolutely 10:06. And then we have this one just as a proof of the shadow angle. That's the 11:51. You can see that's exactly the same as well. All right, everybody. Hope you found that interesting. This is the kind of stuff I love trying to figure out. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching the video. If you could hit that like button for me, that would be awesome. Share the video and subscribe. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Well, at some point. like I was supposed to be an hour, but did it just end a minute ago, or? Well, it was only 56 minutes. There's the problem. It must have just ended. Oh man, I just did like let's see, 4,000, but yeah, 4,700 steps. That was crazy. Just kept walking around. You know what I'm saying? Man. Yeah. Well, good. Thanks up there, Alley Cake. Hey, we got one super chat during that entire amazing video display that was in there. Wow. That's, yikes. It's amazing as those videos that were playing during this tell the whole case, but people can't be bothered with watching it. It's just so amazing. Oh, I need something else. I need the bells and whistles. Where is it? Sick. You know. Like, had people taken their time to watch that, you'd know it. Who's they said? You know what I'm saying?
The truth is, they're as dumb as they come.
Did any of you actually sit here and watch the videos that we're playing? Notice how I have them driving down that one 650 street? Cool. And the shadow analysis. They had such poor views on YouTube, though. It's so disheartening, you know. Nobody shared them. Nobody did anything. They just died. Those should be the #1 played videos in the Tyler Robinson case. Instead, they don't make it. They don't see the light of day. You got to put a title like, "I can't believe what I just saw," and then just show those videos. Oh my God, what did I just see? Well, you saw a realistic reenactment of what happened. Thank you. I know, like there's some people that've seen it a million times, but it never makes it out to the people. Those videos have 2,000 views each. Isn't that ridiculous? I mean, for a video that's that good, that took that long to make, that really explains the whole damn thing, they just, yeah, I liked it, yeah, that was great, that was great. Did you share it? No, I didn't share it.
Please be seated.
It's just stupid. All right, here we go.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
We left off. Cross-examination. Ms. Nestor, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, may it please the court.
All right, you may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do want to circle back before I start my new section on I just want to specify two things. First of all, we talked about that you had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes.
Were you a sniper?
I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So when you, okay, just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, now I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down,
the holster
towards where
was
Charlie
right
Kirk
up,
was shot.
like
I went
around
down towards
up in
the tent
here.
to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot.
So he went down these stairs.
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left.
He was standing right
at that
over
moment,
here.
there were still some people running around.
Yeah.
So I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could.
Holster
with
is
trying
irrelevant
to
to
escort
the
people
case.
out, and that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the perimeter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody, so to me it would be a close encounter, so I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that it was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the low-C building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
I was right here on my
Your
chest. Yes.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the low-C building who was civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Or a handgun.
Yeah.
And so the two of you go to the Losi building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losi building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there
Losi Center
anybody else
building
on the roof? Did you
is
check
the
and
first
see
one
in that
I looked
gap of
at after
time?
I saw him get
In
shot.
that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier,
So it's
I only
obvious.
walked up to about that point, then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading
Thanks a lot,
north,
Bill.
we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me, so.
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
No,
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
no,
Someone threw it up?
yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't.
Yes,
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets?
no,
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
Is
All
he
right,
trying
your
to suggest there was
body
one?
cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
That's this.
Were you able to
shot.
identify their height?
That's because it's far away like this.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, some of
Thanks,
these are your
Haley.
words. It looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured, like, the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
More of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were
Should
wearing?
have asked that question.
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Okay.
It must not have been Tyler then, everybody.
Did you see a gun?
Case closed. Drop it.
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right. Let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please, page 5.
There's going to be DNA on the screwdriver, you guys. And so that is him. Okay.
So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think.
You're not going to be able to escape that.
You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not.
How could he see a gun?
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in that left hand, yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a
Now,
towel.
this lady sounds just like the nut job
But you can't see an
conspiracy
actual gun.
theorist Candace
No,
Owens
like
people.
an object, like a form of a gun, like a long
Yeah.
object.
Okay.
But a shot took place there, so obviously that's what it was. And it came out of the pant leg. That's why there's something new in the scene, because it was in his pants, you idiot. Man, this is just such a simple
At
case.
the end of that day, what
Crazy.
time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe.
They're laughing over here at the same shit, like how
And
stupid
did
that
you
is.
come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that
That's right, it was a
you
pool stick.
found that day, or anyone else to your knowledge,
That had bullets in it.
on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
That day, no.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know,
Exhibit 35, I think.
yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or
I
who
guess
took
they were
them?
drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Ken Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Nestor.
moment.
Go back to get that bite of a cheeseburger. Let's see. Anyways, if you guys could help support the channel, that'd be great. We're just barely like even a normal night right now, so we got to have these live streams worth more
thing
to
I want
do.
to clarify.
They take a long time.
We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day?
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
It's already 4 hours and 48 minutes, you guys.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this
I don't know.
handgun holster that you observed.
Yes.
It gets too depressing trying to ask
in
for
the
support every
courtyard.
single night.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and
Getting old.
point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay?
Hey, you can see it a little bit there now. I mean, that'd be 12 hours of streaming for like very little support, so it'd be hard to justify doing that.
Oh, here we are. So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed
Oh,
it?
we can see it.
So again, this is the picture of the
Wow.
courtyard area facing north.
I think it's right
on
there.
the south end down here, you got
Right.
different tiers of
The
grass.
holster.
On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center.
Hey, it's a
on the
miracle.
left of the photo. So it's going to be, the waterfall's on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In
Yeah,
the middle
see, I
area
told
of
you.
that?
Yes.
See, I know where
Yeah,
everything,
the
the
Fugal
whole
building.
case, you know, it's wild.
Okay.
Yeah, it was right,
And that's
right
where I
around,
could
right in
see
there.
Straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay.
Hey, at least they're showing the damn
Nothing
screen
further,
now.
Judge.
Awesome.
All right, may this witness be excused.
They must have said, hey, you can show the exhibits
Thank you.
after they've been approved. See, that's what I think what was supposed to happen earlier. You know, they can show it after they've been sort of
Just for
verified.
the
and-
benefit of those in attendance, that you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water.
Thanks, Wild Bill.
in What's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it.
Okay, now I'm a little more
Let's go to the
excited. I think
states.
something we might see stuff now.
Ready to proceed with your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right.
All right, you guys, David Hull's coming up here. Who he is, I have no clue, but man, he's sure as hell going to be
You solemnly swear
interesting.
that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth. and
You don't
nothing
know who
but the truth,
David
so help
Hull
you
is,
God.
Gray? He was on the
Would you like to be
Egyptian
seated
plane
right
too,
here?
you bastard.
At the witness.
He worked with Charlie Kirk's
seats,
dog walker's
and once you're
friend.
situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel?
Thank you,
whenever
Judge.
you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are
Thanks
you
for the
employed by?
coffee.
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
Did you get your hair cut in a
2015.
windmill?
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
Did your head get stuck between two tires?
I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS? Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency
Look at that.
besides
That's
the
the
DPS?
craziest thing I've
No,
ever
just
seen.
the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations.
Yeah, I
Major
didn't
Crimes
watch
Division as
Corey
an
Richards.
investigator.
That was an obvious case.
Is
too.
SBI
This one's more
an
interesting.
acronym or an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI, and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have
Thanks
you
for the 1 penny,
either
DPD. Very kind of
played a
you.
role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
I'm glad I was worth that much.
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
Was that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Good Lord, man.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7.
They didn't make the
365, but
a fade,
predominantly,
just sort of a
Monday
wall
through
on
Thursday,
both sides.
Office hours.
On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. What did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I had been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you're still up
He
in
does kind of look
Taylorsville,
like
your office?
he looks like Bert.
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
Right.
Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah
Yes.
Valley?
Yes, we were. We were
Okay.
asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide.
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
My assumption
Well-
was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities, I believe the FBI, the DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place, and I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with
Agent Davis.
Yep. Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
Depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially, so you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay. So you played an active role in organizing?
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies.
Don't you hate this part, you guys?
Like,
who gives a
and get to
crap?
pertinent
Just
information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether assignments were made, at least with the SBI agents that responded with you?
What a waste of time.
Yeah, we have a core group within major crimes that were assigned specific tasks.
Okay. And do they include the agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to who?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the State Crime Lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's
This is always boring in
operations
cases,
team
this part.
to start
It's just
working
stupid.
through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded.
Check back in a month, I'll be done with my
Sergeant
CV.
Clark
you know,
was
it's like,
tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. You said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos,
Thanks,
but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
Okay. And do you know
or Amber
who?
Wright.
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect
I wonder
that
if that's the
video.
one inside the
unfortunately,
Hall of
she wasn't
Flags
available,
that we saw.
that day, but Agent Davis was able to go meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Miss Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection,
Well,
I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my
Okay.
investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Miss Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Miss Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Okay. Did you want?
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward,
May
you
I
may.
approach, Your Honor?
Right there. I bet you that's her video right there. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe just somebody in the crowd. But isn't that crazy? Seeing him up there, you can see he's already got the backpack, towel, and the gun. I mean, you can actually kind of see the gun. I think that's the gun right there. That little part that sticks out. See that? And I stabilized this video so you could see it. So look at right there. He stands up and it's way out long. He's trying to put the towel on the rifle, and then as he runs forward, it's kind of the rifle. You can see the back of it sticking out, and then he runs that way. And then that's exactly where we pick him up right over here, running. See that? So he's running up on the roof over there.
Mr. Sturgill, when you go back...
Man, you guys are lucky to have
mind
somebody who actually knows what the hell they're
shifting
talking
the
about on
lectrum
this.
to my right.
Let's try to reach that goal up there.
Yes, it just appears when the
Pretty
camera's
simple.
focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that...
Yeah, it's only going to go that far, Judge.
All right,
Is that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So, all right, thank you. I appreciate your help
I
with
didn't
that.
just start from the... Are we still connected? Okay.
All right, let's make sure that Mr. Sturgill is picked up.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
And if I could make
So-
if I could make a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first. So
Thank
He
you,
needs to ask you a
Caleb.
question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes?
sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Ms. Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Ms. Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes,
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
correct.
Okay, gotcha. And what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But what...
There was edits made. Edits made. You see what I'm saying? It's a
Did
cover-up.
you and Davis visit with Ms. Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was.
Thank
the
you,
video
Wild
was
Bill.
originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay, let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay, so someone with the SBI collected a video
Yes.
from Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen contacted Miss Wright on October 8th. and the
Mortensen?
video was provided to him
Oh my God,
electronically on
Goldberger.
October 11th.
Okay, and now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done either by you or another agent with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Miss Wright to arrange a meeting so that Miss Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
Okay, and who had that follow-up visit with Ms. Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay, and you know that happened because you spoke to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement.
Hey, thanks,
that
Wild
Miss
Bill
Wright had completed
Wassman. Good luck out there.
in 1102.
Did you catch any good ones?
And so
Wild Bill?
you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes,
It includes that advisory.
yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right.
Oh, wow. That's a good one. What did you catch it with?
And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms.
Man, you want to catch that in the tournament.
What is it basically?
That's it.
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined. We did include
like
those
Twiggs.
constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank, and/or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically a victim's. If she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right, and so if you wouldn't mind just restating the rule that you're relying upon so I can fully look at your objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blanked. The Utah Code of Judicial Administration for Rule 4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical capital O.
All right, thank you. I'm just
Yes, sir.
getting there. I want to review this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill.
Ah, jeez.
All right, I've reviewed that. Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that it was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. As we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate, taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we just want to make a record too that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined. And for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require that the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I have had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02 and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it.
Right,
and I'm sorry.
So, okay, so let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you wanted to hear all of that. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's
Right.
focus on the 1102
Right.
and we'll stop
Sure.
there and I can make my ruling. And then If there's any objections, I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So
Sure.
I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next
I
stage.
appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question. As far as admissibility under Rule 1102, I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that, and it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, well, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information in here: address, phone number, social security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we'd provided a redacted version of that. Yeah. I think I've clarified what's going on here. I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Yeah. Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming
Yeah.
on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no, and that's fine. It's not, it's just for my, that I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate, so if you just want to put it back on my screen. All right, well, so what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there is a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume, and I want to do the proper analysis. All right. So
And I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies today, and
okay.
I think there's
No,
just been a little bit of a glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
All right, and Ms. Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well, and that's all I have.
All right, and as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill,
Certainly,
or
Judge.
provide information for the court?
I'd be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you State's Exhibit 6.1?
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes the personal information from
Thanks,
Ms.
Allie
Wright.
Kakin.
And
Paul
then
here.
directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence, and then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right. But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
Okay.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you leave that on the screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And scroll down to the bottom. I just want to review it one last time.
That's the redacted version.
All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge. And
Right,
I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph. It states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this and clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed, and this one with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright is before me, and based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hold, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her 2 young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits. And they are filming the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically addressed, I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
No, we didn't get to the goal.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record,
no
we
goal
are
on
objecting
the
to the
live
publication
stream.
of
I need
this
to
under the
do well
UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the
You can see it
future,
at the top of the screen.
I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you
wasn't.
want to respond? I mean,
Bullshit.
it's the
Only
genie's
one
a little bit out of the bottle
exhibit's
on this
been filmed.
particular issue, but
Bullshit.
any record you wish to make.
And they should
We're
show them all.
simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument. What you're requesting.
I don't really have a goal on these. I'm trying to do mini goals because people are, I'm having a difficult time getting people to support my channel. So I'm trying to do these mini goals to see if, you know, we got to have good days here during this. It's hard though with only 147 people.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. Were you requesting for it to be published on, so the three, you moved it into evidence, which I approved. It isn't moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, and so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, it's been published.
Right.
But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Hey, thanks, Paul Ayers again, and Caroline. Thank you, guys. Yeah, these would be a little bit easier to get through a preliminary hearing, you know.
Have you personally watched Ms. Wright's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view of Ms. Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
Okay. And
that's probably not the one I was talking
absent the written statement from Ms. Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay.
The cameraman's not doing what he's allowed to do. He can film the screen right now. And these stupid defense attorneys have these morons watching. Hey, they're showing the screen. They call over there, then they run over and complain to the judge. Just so ridiculous.
It's there now.
Just like in the early hearings.
Do you recognize what's depicted on your screen right now?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
In the background,
thanks again, Caroline and
flags.
Paul here.
Then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from, and then the crowd between where Miss Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is, the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Miss Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
And to what level? Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just want to get the clarification, and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next
make
level
it
is
automatic.
publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
All.
Judge, we'd ask that, first of all, it be admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that
Oh my
what
gosh.
this is?
Sure.
Is that what they're going to have to do?
You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Does it depict Miss Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video it scrolls back and Miss Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular
No, there is
clip?
not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms. Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection.
Do they have to do this on every exhibit?
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in. For all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or I guess authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document.
Just allow all of them unless there's violence.
You have
Good Lord.
Agent Pohl, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6. Is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record?
He didn't say yes.
For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim, and so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have
What do you mean victims?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
God, this is why our country sucks right now.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
With the political bullshit
I need to
about
view this again. So let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound. Okay, my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit. So what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any.
I get
and
sick
just
of
go
this
ahead
stuff.
and play it, and it's only on, well, it's on all the parties'
I love
monitors.
our
because
country,
I
but my
want
God,
you all to view
this
it.
kind of stuff
because
just
that
makes it
can go
so
directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor.
Ridiculous.
Whether
Like,
it's
the Karens of the
possibly
world, you
admissible.
know,
So
that
let's go ahead and play that.
Here we go. Here we go again. Okay, we can kind of see it over there. Yep, she's in the crowd. So is this what he's going to have to do on every single exhibit? Watch it first, and then she calls all these people victims. Give me a break. I mean, sure, they were there. I'm sure it was traumatizing.
Thank you. Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces, but not of all the faces. And so I'm going to rule that it is admissible.
Okay. But it's admissible, but
Sure, I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed.
he's going to say it's admissible, but it's not going to be played on the screen. How much you want to bet he's going to say that?
So
Hey, thanks,
anything
Paul.
further? I just want to make
No,
sure.
Judge, you've had a chance to watch that.
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence.
But-
Again, taking into consideration.
Here comes the but.
The analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, or the 1102 statement 6.1.
Oh, God.
And
This is
I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence, and
But
because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible. It's not going to be published to in-court monitor, and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
this is mind-boggling.
Very good, thank you, Judge.
So if, to the state, if you would like to play it again for me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
So I guess everybody there is a victim, and you can't play any video at all from that day. I see, okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading.
Oh, good.
Is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying
Come on,
on.
win it. Win
and
it.
the public is being denied the
Win
chance
the argument.
to see it.
Will his ego let him?
That is a fundamental violation of the right of access.
That's
and
right, that's
it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit by exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat, may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court
He's trying to get
as
them
an
back
exhibit
in.
for you to rely on,
Can you guys
the
type
public
more
is entitled to see
and
what
chat
you're
more,
seeing,
please? Thanks.
so that they can understand what your decision-making process
That's why
is.
it gets heard in here.
And so
you guys aren't typing.
this one, it doesn't sound like, this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question.
This guy's a bit angry. He's right,
and
though.
we think that the EMC should be allowed too, for reasons that we briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
State is not. We'll submit it.
What does that mean?
Well, Judge, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so we'll go to Ms. Nestor first
ahead.
and then to the state.
Oh, my God, just for one stupid
Mr.
video.
Sturgeon. The only other additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video and this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right.
Will he change his
All right,
mind?
based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation and how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that this may be played in the courtroom but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured. I appreciate the patience of
Well,
the
at least
parties
you
as we
got to give him credit for
layers
changing
need to
his
be
mind a
addressed
little bit.
on,
But at least the people in the
exhibits such as
courtroom.
these. So we'll go ahead and, once that's ready to be played.
God, I mean,
let's
Jesus.
go ahead and do that.
Ridiculous.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
Order. Alice?
Everybody, you know how it works.
Thank you. And that concludes Exhibit 6.
Correct, thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
That took like 30 minutes
Agent Holder,
on
did you or
an
any
exhibit.
other SBI agent collect additional video?
Yes, there were other videos collected.
What additional video did you collect?
Oh, my God.
Don't
mention any
video
more.
from Mr. Phillips was collected.
And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th of 2025, and that video was
There's no
provided
reason
to
that couldn't have
him.
been showed to everybody.
And subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Miss Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed a statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you
Hey, do
have-
me a favor, everybody, and type away and talk to each
Again,
other, please.
On this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance it was myself that wrote the file name on
And
the
if you have anything to say.
So you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1.
Yeah, that's better than nothing.
And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement, that it could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Okay. So the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its admission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming. Thank you.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, there's two things here, right? Let me address first the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just double check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form. With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement, that is, Judge, we believe again, the presumption is this is a public record, and that
It'd be like a 10-day hearing.
Not only admitted but published here in court, and also published so that the media can record it. With regards to, well, do you want to address the 1102, and then I'll move on to the video?
All right, so we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final response, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right. And just go to the very bottom so I can look at the totality of it. This is 7.1. All right, based off what's before me on the State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously, and so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right.
In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is that it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to go ahead and grant the publishing of Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court, and that the media may capture that.
Oh my God, they get to film something, everybody. Yeah! Whoa! The media gets to film something, everybody. Pay attention to this. It's just signatures.
Slowly scroll down.
That's it? Yeah. I have you. Okay. They had to do a hearing on that?
All right.
Give me a break.
You may proceed.
What a ridiculous. Hey, here's her saying this is my video.
Exhibit 7.1.
Hey, can we see the video though? No, you
It
can't.
into evidence, and it was published.
All right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd.
Okay, we won't
And
get
it
to
does
see that
depict
one.
the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would move to introduce or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
All right.
So as to the admission, the same issues that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Considering the...
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize.
You may.
And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
Any final response, Mr. Sturgill?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid. The 1102 is tied directly to this, and so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom or obviously through media, but I will have it played on my screen. And so I view it, and I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with. So whatever you need to do, I'll give you a moment, and if you could just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed. Again, I want to act in a way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured. All right. To defense, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the state?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, and let's play Exhibit 7. Is there sound?
There is, Judge.
All right, let's make sure that, thank you. Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Holt, any more video that you collected, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided video to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies. And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or?
He provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You got a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Go to the top screen down slowly. Can you see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. This statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos, and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips, and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it, and as well the I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have the redacted? Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. And for all those reasons, we would object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check. Did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
I just wanted to make sure that you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written, and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling.
Why do they have to keep making the same damn argument over and over again? It's insane.
And if you could continue scrolling down. And just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else, but I want to make sure. Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 8.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the same analysis, it is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, and being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and may be published by the media.
Awesome.
So let's
It's a
just
frickin'
get
miracle.
it situated.
What is it gonna
And
be?
what I'll have you do to the representative
Another
of the
document?
state, pause on the screen and then in 10 seconds scroll down to the full text portion, and then 10 seconds later just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you.
I'm just grabbing this, if you don't mind. Screen grabbing. I don't know if there's more
All right,
below
you
it.
can continue.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, hold on, she's still
Oh.
going through it. She's going to show
Oh,
the
you're
whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you.
Is it all redacted? or
All right,
something?
and that concludes States Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr.
Hey,
Kirk
thanks, Paul
throwing
Ayers.
hats out
All right.
into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked States Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Well, she's going to agree, right?
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes
Yeah,
under
just shut
901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, someone prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Thank you. Just one moment here.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, is sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed, has firsthand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Hull testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates. He says that this is video that was captured by Visual Impulse cameras. And so with regards to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently provided the court with evidence to authenticate it.
And this is States Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit States Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens, however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to...
Well, thank you. I've been playing them.
Turning to the state, to your screens.
At the beginning, you couldn't tell what they were talking about, except I showed everybody.
Yes.
The other channels just sit there and stare.
Let's
They
go
don't know
ahead
what they're
and play
doing.
this video
Oh, well.
only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. You may proceed.
Yeah, nobody's required to donate on here. I just try to bring in support to the channel, and that's what's allowed us to donate $300,000 at the end of, since January of 2020, and I donate thousands at the end of each month. And we can't make that happen if people aren't supporting the channel. So if you can't afford to support the channel, just hit the like button, etc. But hopefully there's people out there that can and want to.
And that
because
concludes
I do good work over
State's
here.
Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
We just hit the $300,000 mark.
Any additional video that
the end
was
of last
collected by
month.
either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
Okay. With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, and again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the PayPal,
Just one
Patrick.
moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please, yes. Your notes, you have there with you again?
Yes,
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
it will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud, just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies, July 2nd seemed
know
a
what
little
that
bit too
message meant,
a little bit
but-
too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay. And you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you personally review this particular video, or I guess the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau-provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay, and on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigations 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the State would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them.
Thanks, Paul.
There's just no explanation. And we don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis. And we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is
One more for my journey of happiness.
for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the State.
Judge, again, the State's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8.
Evil
It is,
can never be dead enough.
A statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job, basically, to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
You guys
All right, I'll
completed
have
my journey of
the State
happiness.
representative can scroll through. So
I didn't
can
have
review
anything else to
in its
type.
Entirety. Just stop when the majority of that
Thanks, Paul and
handwritten
Lisa.
statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that.
Did it make some stuff blow up on the screen? I didn't see it.
And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102, under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one.
Thanks, Paul.
Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the State's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
I think I was looking away.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given the in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense, and then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. right, you can scroll down.
I wonder if they're going to have Bartholomew's video. This is really good for getting the time frame.
Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Sturgill.
Well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up Exhibit 9 without pushing play?
I just started a new one up there. We'll see if anybody shows up.
Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes, yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9.
I actually have this area. Watch this.
With regards to publication, this is another video that due to its sensitive, the nature and the
right
graphic nature
there, I think. Yeah, there
of
you
the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor
This is underneath. This is the
published
breezeway
in
they
any
were
way
talking
that
about.
the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims, to have this type of information protected.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We
Isn't that
agree it
crazy?
should not be
He was
published.
right
We
there
object to its admissibility.
when he made that shot.
Thank you.
And Kirk was right there.
Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you guys here?
State's Exhibit 9.
Nobody's typing
Right, correct.
anything.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and
Hello?
abuse throughout
Anybody
the
there?
criminal justice process.
Type away, you guys.
I find that this does apply. And in respect and dignity and the human experience, I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right. So all right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
He can sure stay still, man. I thought the screen froze for a minute. Look at that. Wow, other than the blink. That's cool, Paul. No, because I bet we haven't seen all the videos. I bet there's videos that we haven't seen. That police, got a hold of them and picked it up, and they didn't show everybody. But yeah, we've seen all the shots. But that's just the way it is. I don't care. I don't need to see the Charlie Kirk being shot. I want to see every other video, though. There's no reason why. And as a matter of fact, I think later when they start showing surveillance footage, we're going to get to see
This
it.
Exhibit 9 has concluded.
In my opinion.
Mr. Sturgill.
Because there's no audience or anything. It's just going to be
I'm
him.
going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay. So just really quick, just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner. Mm-hmm. And then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that portrayed in the video? In Exhibit 9, I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. You can see Mr. Kirk come around the left side of the back of that Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay. And then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport. What does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible, so I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital, as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene. And I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And that the medical investigator that you spoke to,
I've seen it like 100 times. 1,000 maybe.
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my
if it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your
Doing
memory.
what I do, I got to
Again,
watch
read
stuff.
from it out
So
loud.
I've seen him
It is
shot like
Officer
1,000
Bullock,
times. If you go on the
And
Twitter, that's
he's
all
a
they
peace
play over and
officer.
over, like psychos.
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner.
Can you believe
as
people
a
actually
death
type
investigator.
yes to that bull question?
Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
Okay. And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted
refresh
that
my
autopsy?
recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out
I
loud,
was
look
just
at it.
kidding
let me know
around.
You've done that, and then we'll go from
We
there.
always have these
Dr.
cases where
Guajado,
serial
I
killers
believe is how it's
move
pronounced.
Okay.
about as far away as you can
You wanna
when
spell
they,
that last name?
Yes,
after they kill.
Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay. If someone told him all of this, I don't believe this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just
He's
yet.
almost like a criminalist, this guy,
I'm not
right?
making a ruling.
I appreciate
If you
that.
wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am, yes.
Okay. And did you receive a report from the medical examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
Okay. You visited personally with the doctor that conducted the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And do you recall the date and time that that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it
soon,
within?
it was soon after, within a few days of the incident.
Of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name. Is that fair
Yeah, I
to say?
apologize, but yes, that's who it
Okay.
is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Again, you stated earlier that this is not the first murder investigation that you've worked.
Correct.
Okay. I take it, this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received.
Correct.
Okay. Do the reports typically look the same?
Yes, they're in a standard format that the medical examiner uses.
Okay. And this report that you received
Yes.
from who you believe was the doctor you spoke to
Yes.
that conducted the medical exam, was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it appeared to be a standard form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay.
I think there's so many people that they like watching it over and over and over
On your
again.
monitor.
It's weird.
Exhibit 11.
They get a thrill out
I'm
of
going
it.
to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Right.
And I believe there's 9 pages. So let me know when you see that on your screen.
It's on the screen.
All right. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages.
I mean, it's not like
And wait till we get to the very
they're
end.
really
And
protecting
if you need us
anything.
to pause
'cause
or
it's already
stop or
out
slow
there,
down, let
all
us
over
know.
the place.
I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages.
He's trying to say that all the people in the crowd are victims. Like, just being there, they're victims. I guess, I mean, I don't know. The judge ultimately didn't agree with that. But he wouldn't let the video be played in court. So, somehow, if there's ever anybody else in the shot, we can't see it because they're a victim. It's ridiculous. I mean, you go onto Twitter and you type in Charlie Kirk, all you see is shots of him being, I mean, it's just over and over and over, just shot in the neck, over, just, these people played on a loop. It's like, it's sick. I
Take a
mean,
look at that.
if you haven't
Yes,
seen
sir.
it, that's your own,
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
it's pretty
What is
easy
that?
to go see it.
The medical examiner's report of examination for Mr. Kirk.
Yeah, do you recall, you don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk.
Well, they played it
compact
in court on the screens.
And does there
it's
appear to be
not really-
anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor.
It accurately depicts it.
Judge, the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an
preliminary
individual
hearing.
who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field, based on the limited questions about his experience in seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like to voir dire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay, and to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it, that would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to question we can't even question the expert's experience or CV or anything that we would normally do to determine if this should even be accepted or considered by the court. And so we strenuously object to its admission and for all those reasons to its publication as well. There is also, there's some really personal things in there that should never be published that deal with Mr. Kirk's medical condition, history, is the condition of his body. It shouldn't be published, Your Honor.
Thank you. To the state.
Judge, this is clearly
What movie was that
reliable
from?
hearsay admissible under
What I
Rule
just said.
1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence. I would direct you
A few good men.
specifically to
Okay.
subsection B5. For purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes, and subsection 5 specifically states medical and autopsy reports and records. Again, that is supported by Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that even though 1102 has a provision about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. So again, relying upon the analysis, Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay, and then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit, I believe it's 11.
11, yes, sir.
Citing to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28.
This is all for him at the very end to say, I do find probable cause.
It will not be published either in the courtroom or viewable on media by the camera for the reasons previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence.
Hey, thanks, Kami.
And that
Been a pretty
concludes
dead
that portion.
afternoon in here, other
Mr.
than a few
Sturgill,
people
is this a good
supporting
point to
it.
stop, to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge.
Yeah,
I just
that'd be
got one last
fantastic.
question,
All
if I
right.
could,
You may.
with respect to the medical examiner's report. Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay, and in that report,
was
what
that?
is the stated cause of death?
It was stated as a murder.
And
A murder?
manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
I
Give me
object,
one
it's
second.
not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right, so,
Well,
I'm going to sustain,
I mean,
well,
it's
first
obvious,
of all,
right?
let me look at the report. I need to see
Yeah,
that section. I need to.
gunshot wound to the neck.
draw my
It
own
wasn't
conclusion.
self-inflicted, so it's a murder.
So, okay, I see.
No matter how you look at
You're
it.
referring to page 1 of this report.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that? I apologize.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatement.
Now, homicide just means another person caused the death of somebody
Page
else.
1 of the
A murder's
report?
different.
Yes.
But this is a murder, just factually.
I also need to make an objection on the best evidence rule, too. Thank you.
He didn't
So
shoot
I'm going to
himself.
sustain the objection as it
And it
relates
wasn't
to the
accidental.
manner of death. It does not say murder. But in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and the Utah Constitution that it permits reliable hearsay, it is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Probably can't.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11.
Yeah, but it's not you say tomato.
see that?
Homicide doesn't mean murder.
So let me ask you again.
A murder is a homicide.
And you can look at it.
Yeah.
And
But a
would you
homicide
mind
could be,
relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death.
You know,
Yes, I
you jumped off
misspoke. It does say
a wall and landed on
And
some
then
kid
the
accidentally and
immediate
killed
cause
him.
of death.
That's still a
Gunshot wound of
homicide.
the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
Right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess.
Yeah. Yeah, like all murders are homicides, but all homicides aren't murders. You know, it's just homicide just means causing somebody a human causing another human's death. That's it. And it doesn't mean, some are unintentional. Self-defense isn't murder either, right? But it's a homicide, but it's self-defense, so that's what, it's legal. Debunks all the conspiracy theories, however. Well, here's the thing, everybody. If you were on my channel the day of the shooting, this is what I did. I watched the video of Charlie being shot, and I immediately went, man, that looks like it came from back here. Where would be a good spot? And I actually landed right here. This is the spot that I chose. I thought this looked like the perfect shot, place to have done that shot. This is too close to everything. And it turns out, look where it really was. Watch. Right there. I mean, within 10 minutes of the show, I already picked that spot, and it was right there. I was that close, just like that. So it doesn't mean, oh my God, you have to be... people with brains actually can find out where a shot came from. Just like the cops, when they're there. They look up and they go, okay, it came from over here, look over there, and they went up there. But I was off by about, 15 feet maybe. I had it right there, and it was right here. And then we were able to also find out that other guy that took the video on the side was right here. So he was right there filming up there, and then you see Tyler Robinson run across. Why do you keep saying Tyler Robinson Gray? Because it was Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson, I'm going to say it, you guys. Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. There is no chance that there's another subject out there. He absolutely did it. He is the killer, okay? I just want to see all the pieces put together the way that I know that they can and will, all right? There is this isn't one of those something doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense. Something doesn't make sense. Blah, blah, blah. It all makes complete sense. The whole case is in order. Tyler Robinson is the killer, all right? There is no doubt. It's just absolutely crazy that people sit around and go, I don't know, man. I need to see the evidence, man. Yeah, okay. If you read the probable cause document, which is just a small fraction of it, you can't help but decide that he is the killer. All right? The only way he's not is exactly what Candace Owens and the Nutjobs say, is to come up with a crazy, lunatic fringe conspiracy theory that involves all the stuff going on. You know, like the letters that they wrote. Oh, those are written after the fact. The FBI snuck them in there. It's fake. His parents, they said, that's our kid. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't really say that. The FBI put that in the documents. It's just over and over again. Just sick. Sick stuff. Anyways, I don't even know if you guys are even listening to me, but that's it. It's just really clear, simple, obvious. One of the strongest cases I've ever... I would say it's the strongest case, evidence-wise, that I've ever seen in true crime. This isn't one that a conspiracy theorist needs to hang their hat on. This is just obvious. What questions does anybody have out there? You know, there must be somebody in here that's a pro Tyler Robinson person and think he's innocent. Tell me what it is. Go ahead. Throw me something. I'm probably the wrong one to ask. Because unlike you, I went there. Let's see. You're going to be in 2028? Yeah. Yeah, I've already said all that. They'll try to plead. Yeah, like the stuff that's in this preliminary hearing, he has to plead. And then he's going to try to have his attorneys make it a... This is what I've said 100 times on here. His attorneys are going to try to get death taken off the table by different maneuvers and that. And then that's okay with them. They'll go to trial. But if they can't get the death penalty off the table, they're going to try to plea with some sort of deal to save his life. And I'm not sure the prosecutors are going to do that. Because this case is so cut and dry that you have to be a brain-dead fool to not see it. Oh, yeah, I've seen those. Those people are crazy people. See, they don't want to watch me because I can debunk the hell out of them. So if all those nut jobs were over here, they wouldn't feel comfortable. But on Law and Crime, you can just type away for hours and hours and hours, and nobody cares. And I don't know why you're not watching it over here. You know, over here, at least you get the reality. I have video to back up everything that they're saying, 360-degree videos, etc. Yeah. I think, like I said before, the only way I would allow a plea deal in this case would be if there was something like this, where without attorneys, Tyler Robinson has to sit up on the stand and answer and really just sit there and describe what he was doing, etc., but with no why questions. Like, why did you... I don't want any of that. He doesn't get to have any of his sort of, well, because, you know, see, Charlie thought that... I don't give a shit, man. I want to know what you were doing there, etc. The why doesn't need to be answered. He'd have to go through for 3 days and answer every forensic question, where he went, what he did, where did you go, what did you do right there, what did you do right before Dairy Queen, where did you park your car, where did you... and go through the whole damn thing. And then at least all the information... and people always go, well, it'll be self-serving. I don't think he's similar to Koberger. You know, I think he's a different type of person. This guy... and that would just be part of the deal, that it has to match what you're saying, and he has to say it. And then he would get life without parole if they ever wanted to cut a deal. But you can't cut a deal in this case and just call it a day like stupid Bill Thompson did. Because this is a case that the actual... and so was Idaho, by the way, but this is worse than Idaho. This case here needs to have all the sunlight... as a disinfectant put on it so that the whole world can see the reality and the truth. Yeah. Yeah, I've been on it for 6 hours and 48 minutes, and we're still struggling. So can you guys please help support the channel today? I'd really appreciate it. My channel relies on the people watching the show. I'm not a charity or anything like that, but I do donate thousands of dollars out of the income to the channel each month to various true crime related charities. So I need your guys' support when I do these shows. I'm sorry that I'm not able to drag in more than 145 people. I don't know why. I've had the best coverage of this case since the beginning. And for some reason, people just like to go watch the people who pretend Tyler Robinson didn't do it. All right? I'm just sitting here right now doing a show, and I'd really appreciate your guys' support. Any amounts help. Get some channel memberships for people. You can purchase them as gifts. You can do super chats, etc. Hey, thank you. Actually, my mouth didn't even work right there. Ashleela Smith. All right. So let's get started on those super chats right now. Did that work? Probably not. Now, that's I would. Why would Erica be the one asking questions? I think that's ludicrous. I think that would be really just almost ridiculous. You know, she doesn't know how to do the questions the right way. She doesn't know the case very well. You just need to have like the prosecutor up there filling in the whole story, every single element. And maybe they have areas where they couldn't fill it in because he was, missing somewhere and they don't have surveillance. So they just need to get it all on there if that's how it went. He deserves the ultimate penalty, though. That's the thing. That's what he deserves. And hopefully, the best case scenario is it goes to trial and he's found guilty. Unfortunately, you got idiots like Candace Owens and that other dumbass that does the shows. And what they do is they try to convince so many people that eventually it'd be hard to find a jury that doesn't believe the crap they believe in. But did anybody hear what I said, you guys? I'm trying to reach, have decent days during the live streams here. We had Ashleela Smith, but then it nothing. It went. So. Just waiting for it to come back here. I hope Candace gets put in prison or loses millions. She is a horrendous person. I used to love her. I used to think she was great. Thought she was really pretty and smart and cool, little like a conservative on the rise. Now she's a lunatic, completely just a disgusting person. I think they do. Candace does give them. Some of the stuff the defense put out today is the same shit she says. The holster is probably some officer that was there and pulled out their gun to, Thank you, Paul Ayers. Well, there's always a chance, but the prosecution doesn't seem like they are going to allow a plea in this case. But you never know. There's no out for Tyler Robinson in this case. There's no out for him. See, Bill Thompson, he did a deal because, that case is a very strong case, but not as bulletproof as this one is. So that's why, like, he was like, he doesn't want to risk, well, I'm not sure what he was, yeah, I guess death penalty was on the table in that case. So they took, that's why it's good to have that. I don't know. I mean, that case is pretty damn obvious. I mean, this is the strongest case. This one right here is the strongest case I've ever seen. Koberger's was incredibly strong when you put it all together as well. I'd say if you were going to go in order, strongest to least, I'd say Tyler Robinson, Koberger, and then Richard Allen, like that. Even though all of them are, they did what they were accused of doing. So sometimes you might have a prosecutor that weighs it out and says, if I go to trial, I could have some stupid-ass Candace Owens followers that are on the jury stealthily. And then, man, what if it gets hung or something? But I could get them life without parole right now. But then that's where I would say, if I was them, if that was something and Erica Kirk was okay or whatever, then that's when I would say, okay, well, he has to say every single thing that he did. We don't want it. We're not going to hear the why. It's not going to be some sort of political win of some sort. You're going to go around and you're going to talk about every single thing you did. You practice over here. You heard that your boyfriend was Twigs and he's transgender furry guy. And you wanted to do something to be gallant for them. So you heard that Charlie Kirk was going to be speaking at UVU. You actually went there and scouted it out and said, oh my God, look how easy this is. I can go up these stairs. You went on the roof. You checked out the whole thing. And then when you were talking to your parents, you said, that's a stupid place for him to go. The reason you said it was a stupid place for him to go is because you knew how easy it was to get on the roof and get the shot off with nobody even noticing that you were there. That's why you said that. And, then just go through the whole thing. Then you went there on the day, you drove around, you scouted out the area without your backpack. Then later on you did sort of a dry run wearing your maroon shirt and shorts. You walked onto campus again right around 10:15 or so is probably when you went through the tunnel maybe, and then you left. Then you came back again at 11:40, walking down the street with with jeans on, a dark shirt, the hat, the shoes, etc. But now you had the backpack and a gun down your pants that had been separated into two parts. And then you walked onto campus. You walked through the tunnel, into the parking garage, then towards the Losi Center building on that side road. No, the road through campus there. And then you go to the Losi Center building. You go into the building, and there's 13 minutes of time. We don't know where you went, but I think you went outside the back, which I guess I could do it right here. He went out right there.
Please be seated.
And he observed.
Court is back in session.
Well, I got to go back to court. Sorry, guys.
And noting the presence of counsel.
What I was saying was more interesting.
Parties.
Hey, thanks,
Continuing
Numa.
with the direct examination of Mr. Hull by Mr. Sturgill. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
I'd say the two videos I just put
Agent
out.
Hull, in addition to what you've already described, what, if anything else, did you do on the 10th of September 2025?
Primary focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage. And so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay.
I did two videos recently that show. I played them at the beginning of the show today, though.
Yes.
And to that end, you
We're at
started
halftime,
reviewing
I mean.
even more
You can watch it.
video than you've already described?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
They're underneath my videos, though. They're like the part 1 and 2.
What, if anything
watch
else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals. And the focus was having people reviewing video identify people who could fit the original description of the individual that had jumped off the roof.
Okay. At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video, being called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Okay. Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Were some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
What, if anything, did you do with that information, the name Tyler Robinson?
That information was given to our SIAC, or our State Information
Where's the
and
judge?
Analysis Group, and they put together what we call a workup. So they would look at driver's license records, DMV records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled?
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. And so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay, and who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information,
image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that Challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening.
See, I got the first 2. I told you guys, he did a dry run, 1, 2, and then he does a third one.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward
crazy.
with UVU
I got 'em all.
surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained.
I know about the dry run more than the other ones.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Give the time, give the time.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, they didn't have to use people's footage outside.
Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have,
Oh,
yes.
come on, this is good stuff here.
And
Come on, let's-
well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or in
Just with
total?
UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
You have 16 hours of video
And
of it?
this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've
What the hell?
Been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
But why is it unduly suggestive? He saw his face on the guy and on the
Do
video.
you wish to specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objection, so I want to make sure I fully understand. before-
Your Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any
Yeah, it's not
future
undo anything.
or past.
That's him.
Well, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
That's how it's always done. She's full of shit.
Well, Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson. And I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the
not.
routine.
That's why.
I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
All right, well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
Yeah, he probably wasn't supposed to say anything like that right there. Yeah, I think the judge is sort of mad at you can see. I wish I could hear what they were saying. Yeah. He's wearing. Well, but it is. I mean, see, what's weird is why can't you say Mr. Robinson's wearing plain clothes over there? You know? He just didn't need to say anything. The judge was going to rule on his behalf. Now he might not, you know, because that's how he remedies things.
All right. Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent
I think it's because
Cole,
he
Mr. Robinson
said Tyler
has been
Robinson's
made.
name and
Again, this only
you know,
relates
kind of
to the
referred to him.
preliminary
And,
hearing, and you may proceed.
It didn't. It just didn't seem like he was supposed to be saying
Agent
that.
Hall, have
And
you
then he got in
reviewed
trouble.
what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay, so this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1?
Please show them.
How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare
Wow, they have 'em on
this
camera.
video compilation?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
Yes,
On
Utah
the
County
11th.
Attorney's Office. I believe Ms.
Early
Sturfler
morning.
is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Sturfler's first name?
Kimberly?
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video
God, I hope they
in
play
this
this.
compilation?
Man, play
I
this.
reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
They should
What,
be
if
able
anything
to.
else did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there was some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Oh God! Don't say how changes
Did
to
you
the
meet with Mr.
footage.
Olson with regards
Did
to
you hear
this?
that? He said changes to the footage.
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson.
Oh,
for
here comes a
prior
conspiracy
exhibit, yes.
theorist. You can't word
So
things
at the
like
same
that.
time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit.
Were
And let's just
changes
be
to
clear
the
which
footage.
exhibit that is.
Okay.
So I believe
Yeah, he believes it's
the
him.
1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
He said he
Yes.
recognized it
Okay. So at the
before
same
that.
time that you gathered that 12.3, or that written statement that is State's Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen,
Correct.
that you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, if you view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably 16
And
hours that's condensed
the-
down
The
to.
Exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage, and I believe there's some red circles.
They
to
blurred out
show
the real killer, you
point of
guys.
Information or individuals within
The real
footage
killer
itself.
was blurred out. Ooh,
So other
ooh,
than
ooh.
the
Candace
red
has got
circles, the
material.
blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
The real killer was right next to Tyler, and they blurred him
On your
out.
screen, I'm going to have displayed
Oh, God. Think about
an
that.
image. Let me know when you see it.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
Is it there?
We're back. Yep.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks, SC Nice.
Shows the state would seek, or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the
Oh, wow. Look at that.
accuracy of the actual
Where is that at?
materials that it was taken from.
Oh, that's parking
And
garage.
Furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hull. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they wanted you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered, and it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered, so we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected, and so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 202, 4-202.02 subsection 5, J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation,
that's
with
in there,
Mr. Tyler's
that camera.
ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that
Right there,
are
see?
clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for
It is one
people that
person,
may
though. It's not
ultimately serve on
prejudicial.
this jury
It's
to
him.
watch this
They
video
put it
before this
together.
case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial.
geez.
And so we
There we
object
go.
to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw.
What do you guys think the odds of him playing the
And,
video?
by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate.
Now, they got way more video than we
What the
have.
raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer
Oh,
to
yeah, it
Mr.
says parking
Olson's,
one right
written
there.
statement,
So that
it's,
is what
plaintiff's
that was in
exhibit
there.
12.3. He too has reviewed.
That's
this
right
video,
here, parking
and
one.
he has also identified
crazy.
This video as being accurate with the exception
P-
of those
P1.
additions. In his words, it's the zooms and the red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording, according to Mr. Olson.
So you can
But
see
other than
P1
that,
right there.
As he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate.
Oh, wait a minute, I
And
know what
were
this, I know where this shot
captured by
is.
the surveillance
This is what I was telling you guys about. This is amazing. Look at this.
Do you have a version
Here,
of
look.
this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling. My
Right there.
concern
See
is
that?
that if
That camera is what they're
1102
looking at, I
says
think.
what it says about the videos.
Well, maybe
These
not.
were the videos.
Right.
Maybe it's on the
Then it
other
was
side. I don't know.
altered.
It's close though.
And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't
Well,
done
yeah, maybe
by
it
the
is.
person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this
Yeah, that
exhibit
is it.
that does not have the
See,
zooming in or
there's
the
just no car
circling?
there.
Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying, I made the alterations.
Ah, man, that's crazy. I
And
asked
so
that
that's the concern of the state, of.
That's crazy.
What Ms. Nestor was
I
talking
think it's
about
that
as it relates to
camera
the state's
that they've
evidence.
got, and that
I have that concern about
parking there
those alterations. I
is-
don't, I don't know.
It was right there. You
When
could
they were
see it right
made,
there
what they
on
were
the
made,
side.
how much was done to manipulate the video, and I say manipulate to.
Well, let's see. There's that
I'm
right there.
saying
Let's see if
in
that
a
exists.
various way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first
Maybe
question.
it's at
do
the
we
other
have
end or something
A
over there.
version
I don't
of
know.
this particular video that has not been.
Really
altered?
close, though. It's on this
We don't-
floor
Not
right
right
here.
now, not today.
For sure.
I guess there's there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is
Why
that we
can't
have
you
two
zoom in?
witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Hull here today on the stand, and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations, that really don't change the substance of the video or the content of the video, they're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th and the 11th. And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties? No, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a party circles an exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format, and I do not have the person who
bring it
made
back
the
in tomorrow.
alteration, an 1102, to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link.
I always say the
And-
same
and
thing. I
it
like
may
it
be
just have
minor,
the full video.
But in
I
this
hate
type
what
of
TMZ
case, I want to
does.
be thorough. And I
Zooming
want to
in.
make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video. In the future, I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, State's Exhibits 12.1
or
is
12.1.
not admitted.
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
I think they should just make another version of it and bring it back in tomorrow. How hard is that to do? Oh, look at, you can see the whole screen over there, though. Yeah, man. See, that's going to show Tyler walking around, probably at like 9 in the morning or so. 9:25. I think it was, let's see, he got there at, 8:28 he came into there. And then he started walking around. So he was there for an hour, and then he came back again right around like 10:15 or so. He was back on campus. That's the second time. Then the third time is during the actual shooting. Yeah, they've made a few mistakes for sure. The prosecution has.
Agent Hull, you testified that there were 4 visits to campus that day.
Correct, yes.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The fourth
Hey,
visit.
thanks, Tony Moore. Doreen.
Well, the fourth visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video. That
Well, let me, I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay.
Ah, there you go.
Let me ask you this.
They do have that.
Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the horseshoe area, yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
What did they say?
It was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to
I
Mr.
think it's this
Robinson,
one.
parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing?
Oh, wait, no, it's
and
different.
the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked
Oh, I think
approximately
it's this one right here.
0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight
At 12:38 a.m.?
in the morning.
It's
yes.
right here.
So how did this video come to your attention?
Can somebody go back and
You're
listen to
talking about
that
Mr.
address
Bell
again
or
and type it
whatever.
in?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes,
Where that video was collected from?
correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble.
Mhm.
I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think that's the one then.
Do you know, so let's talk about this, what does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view
There it is. That is the
looking
one.
from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video?
That's what it's like.
Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle
Thank you
has
for getting
very
that.
distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique.
That's what he said, though. Right?
But in terms of the video footage,
I already
that we
had
were
the
reviewing,
house
the
up
wheels
with a
on the
pin.
vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
So again, this is video that you received
Oh, yeah. I've got
early
it.
on in the investigation.
It says it right there.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
Thank you, Tony Morrow and
We
Doreen.
did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
And this is the woods where his gun
We
was.
had her view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay.
Punishable by death. For
I'm
a
gonna have
lot-
displayed on your monitor what's been marked.
It seems like that's
Exhibit
what he's
number
about to
13
say.
For identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm going to have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Miss Noble.
We get to watch
Does it
that
appear-
one again.
does
We
it
get to
appear
see
be
the
same
words on the
conditions when You
screen.
collected it.
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same conditions it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
Honor, we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that the Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's on a form. It includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April.
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay. I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed. All right, that concludes the publication of State's Exhibit 13.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble, or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed, the Nobles, were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short
yes.
clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Miss Noble, yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it, and then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was been marked Plaintiff's or State's Exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing, or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I re-seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
It's a miracle! It's a miracle, everybody!
It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you may play the video.
The Dodge Challenger right there. He actually gets out of the car, it looks like. Put the time on there.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels.
So Tyler can't go sightseeing?
And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
That's a stare down there.
Judge, could we approach?
You may.
Yeah, so basically you're looking just like this. That's what they're looking at. And then there was some sort of a dumpster because of the construction that you could see reflections on. Maybe he went by like this. I don't know. Well, that's because Candace Owens is dumb, okay? Well, Sean Ryan did say something like, really? Like...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break for the attorneys to confer and come back at, well, roughly 4:30. So, court is in recess.
So how long is this supposed to go until? And by the way, could you guys please help support the channel? I've been on here for 7 hours and 47 minutes. Got to get the support from the freaks watching the show. So if you have the ability, that would be great. Maybe we can go back a little bit and watch that.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sound.
It pulls up and to
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle and gets into it. And then in the last video, panels on a dumpster, and you.
I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit, that is to say, what is it that leads you to what?
Concern about.
Or at least what you.
That showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson.
Be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. You may play the video.
Well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay.
That was really interesting what I just saw there, you guys.
I just wanted to see if
you
there
couldn't
was
hear me
sound
because
or
I had
not.
my volume
Okay.
off. I
You
accidentally.
may play the video.
So when he pulls up here, he gets out, and let me show you this. It's really interesting. So I think this gives us a clue here how he exited. Although he doesn't. I don't know how he got back behind on. Now watch. You can see him get out. Right there, he's getting out. Watch this. Now look right there, that light right there. See that light? Watch. Watch a second. Right at the very end of the video. Oh, right there. You see that? He passed in front of that. Do you guys see that? That light that I'm pointing at? This light right there. I can just go back. Okay, watch it again. Just pay attention, everybody. If you have a cell phone, forget it. Okay. If you have a cell phone, you can forget it. All right. Well, let me see. Let me try to record this really quick. All right, hold on. I'm going to rewind it a little bit again. Hold on. This is when it pulls up. I'm recording this. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I couldn't see the move on that. All right, let me show you. Hold on. There's no other channel out there that does any of the stuff that we're doing here. Okay, they can't do it quick. They're slow. They don't even know how to do it. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this. And I'm telling you that because it's the truth. All right, here we go. All right, so I just captured that. So this is going to be really shitty quality because now we're talking about like, and also the angle of the screen was off. So you have to then go, let's see, edit. Let's see, let me try to. Okay, I'm going to go to workspace, reset. There we go. That's better. And then I'm going to have to make it wider. So I'm going to scale and then turn off uniform scale. And then, let's see. Yeah, it's probably more like this. Okay. Because what they did was, you're seeing it at an angle. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay? More like that. It might even be even more so. Like you might have to go, it could be, maybe like right in there is good. But here's the part that's interesting. So because it's so pixelated and shit, you can see his shoes. See right there? See how there's movement going to the left here? Watch. I'm going to rewind it a little bit again. Hold on. This is when it pulls up. I'm recording this. So now look at the door opens. You can see him. He's right there. And then see how he's moving? There's his shoes moving to the left. See that? Now watch this. He goes right by that. You'll see it here in a second. Watch. Boom, chakalaka. Look at that. Goes right in front of the light of that house. It's, it looks horrendous because it's just crappy video. That's exactly where he'd be at that time. I'm sure the clear video you can see it. So he walks by in front of the house right there. Okay. So what that means is, if you look at from above, he parked right there, and he walked this way, which is incredible. That means he was trying to go down those steps that are right back in there to get to his gun. Oh, man. Like, if he'd gone the other direction, you'd go, why is he going that way? But he didn't. He went exactly the direction you would think he would go to try to find his gun. He parked right there, and he headed this way. Now let's take a look at that window that he walked in front, or whatever the hell it was. Was it that window? One of those three? Let me look. Yeah, it's hard to. It's so blurry. Let me zoom out. Let's see. So he would have been parked right there. And so you're seeing one of these windows. Either way, he walks over this direction, like this. All right? And so let's go back up to the top here. I'm going to have to... Let's see. God, I'm so turned around right now. Right there. So yeah, he was parked right where I have it. Just kind of off to the right there. And he walked this way. And see what that means is he's going to try to go down right through here, and that's where those steps are. I mean, when I actually did that, I went up those stairs. Okay, so me and Paramount Tactical Gary and Gray, we were down there, and we walked up this exact way that he probably was trying to check on. Like, he'd go over here and sort of stand up there and see if there was any cops down there. Isn't that wild? That's incredible. Yeah, he goes that direction. Jesus. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Here, let me throw, I think I have something in here that's similar. I think it's the one that says the wooded area. Okay. So watch this. We'll go over to the woods. And look, see, now this is what I'm doing right here. See, right now I'm walking up this fence right here, right?
And then later was going to use those.
Now, I don't know if I keep going up or not. I don't remember. Yeah, so I do go up a little bit. Oh, wow. Okay, go all the way up here. So that's the wooded area that I'm in. Okay, wow, this is crazy. Okay, so right there, boom. This is as far as I went. So watch this. That right there, that fence is right there. Okay, see that fence? So I was walking up here, and I think I'm standing right underneath there currently. Yeah. Yep, exactly. I'm standing right here. Okay, now look where that car parked. Right here, and he was going to walk this direction. He would just go like this, and then I'm right here, and then he would go down and try to get that gun that's in the woods there. Can I get a boom chakalaka? You know what's funny is who the hell else is doing what I'm doing right here? You know what? That's the whole thing. It's like, I don't understand why 3,000 people are watching nothing. When we're over here, we figure it out. Look at this. I think that's crazy. So that makes sense. You've got the car parked right there. He gets out. He walks this direction. Boom. And then I just showed you that if you take that fence, let's see, that fence that's right there, and go up, follow that fence along. I'm standing right there. Now look at, you can even see it. See how there's a yard and then the wall over there? That's right here. The yard, and there's the wall, and then there's like a little flower thing up there. So I'm currently standing right there, and all he would have had to do was, after he went this direction, go down the driveway, follow that down there, and try to retrieve his gun. Yeah. All right. So anyways, I don't know. I mean, I get so frustrated. It sucks. You know, sucks not being, like, I should be, I mean, I don't mean, you know, it sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but I feel like in this case, I should be the go-to channel for every single person that really wants to know what the hell's going on. Instead, they all go watch. They like to hang out with the conspiracies and argue with people instead of actually giving a shit about how the case is being put together. Yeah. Anyways. Thank you for you guys for being here, though. Okay. No, never heard of him. Jim Baker. God, you sound like a lunatic. Jesus. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, I guarantee you not one other soul just showed you what I just showed you. I made it a similar width that it's supposed to be. You can actually tell that it's the, like when it pulls up. I mean, I think it even needs to be wider than that. You know, when you get the fisheye lenses, though, it's hard to... But you can see the back of it. See, that's the shape of it right there. That's what it looks like. So it might even supposed to be a little bit wider. Let me see what happens. You know, that might be more accurate right there. Something like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And you can see him getting out. Can you see him right there? Look. There's a person there. But because of the pixelation, they sort of get blended in. That's just the way it works when you have poor cameras like that. And then, right there, he walks right in front of that. Right in front of the window or whatever that is. How cool is that, huh? That's awesome. Yeah, see, we were looking at the screen at an angle, 45 degrees or so. So I think you need to absolutely... I have it 200% wider, like 174. Hey, thanks, Joy. Yeah, but nobody else knows. We've got 142 people here, and we just don't... I don't know what to tell you, man. I try my best. I don't know how the algorithm works or anything, you know. No idea. But, you know, what we could do is record that whole thing and see if we can find anything else. Let me do that again. Right there.
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And what?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle.
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. You may play the video.
Oh yeah, I saw him walk back. I saw him. He walked by the same window. Now there he goes. Goes back to the car. Oh man, that's crazy. Now he's back into the car again. That's crazy. It was right there. And then there's the probably engine turning on, and then he's gonna probably leave. Dang, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really sucks. Woo! That is awesome.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
I guess I'm going to have to leave it there, and that really sucks. That's the only way they're going to catch me, and that really sucks. And then he drove away.
Do that right now. You do that right now.
Your Honor, just for the record, we would
guess they're back.
impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but...
well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
Only 3,000 views
Does the
all day.
defense want to be heard?
That's just sick. You know? Jesus. Unreal.
Of course.
Your Honor.
Well, If, for the benefit of the record, and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Miss Nestor and other counsel wearing a grey suit, jacket with a dark tie, and a light-colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
But obviously not based on the last video that you played. So you're going to bring back 12.1 tomorrow without the edits. All right.
I have no I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall.
Right, because you need
tomorrow
12.1
morning, and let
fixed.
me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version
Told
of
you.
the video that has been in dispute today.
12.1.
Without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let's, I guess,
Told you.
let me get your
Almost
take.
like I'm a psychic.
Right. Does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock.
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hall, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning.
That's going to be
Anything
sweet.
further, Mr. Sturgeon?
How tomorrow we
Well,
get
there's
to
just
see.
one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hall, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would
I
invite
thought she'd
you,
start singing Mandy.
to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in, and if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, and you can compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
Oh, Mandy, you can't. Oh.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull's release that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right.
The truth is,
the parties,
they're as
what I'm
dumb
gonna
as they
do is
come.
I'm going to wait until it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos, and then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me, and I can take it from there. Being that it's about 5 minutes.
You can take a break. Watch
I'm
it.
not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this but he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill.
It's not a problem, Judge.
All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
For now,
For today. All right, thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record, court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right, cool, man. Awesome. Well, I guess the United States is playing here in a few minutes. You know, they'll be playing, so I check that out. And if you guys want to check, I'll show you this, what I just recorded, really quick if you want. I wonder if there's a, let me see if there's a image thing that we can fix the, nah, it's probably night vision anyways. So here it comes, it pulls up right here. It's like a Dodge Challenger. Now the idiots on social media, they won't have fixed the width. They'll keep it, they go, that looks like a Volkswagen Rabbit, you know. And so look, he gets out of the car, you can see him, watch. And you can see the feet moving because they're white, and then it gets really pixelated and blurry, and you can kind of make it out, and then right there, watch, boom, you walk by there. You see that? You walk by the, let me go backwards. So look at, he goes right by the camera, or the window there, right? Now watch the next shot. So let's just start right there. Now look. Oh, crap. Hold on, let me try that again. All right, hold on. Oh yeah, so I'm walking back. So it was before that. Yeah, see that right there? See that in the white area? He's going back to the car now. Oh yeah. And then about right now, he's going to get to the car and open it. Watch. Well, I'm going slower, but I can see him. I can see him by the car now. Watch right over here. Look. See there? That's actually him. It's just so blurry. Watch. See that? By the same window. And then the door opens up. I mean, it's crazy because it's just so pixelated. But he's standing there, and then he gets into the car. Now he's back into the car again. And that was that one. And then after that, after he gets in the car, he turns the light on and drives away. Okay? But looking at that, since he was parked right there by that tree, see that big round tree right there? I bet you if we go back to this, you can... Yeah, there it is. See? I mean, look at that. There's the big tree. See that right there? And it's funny because I haven't altered anything that I have here. And look where I had him parked. Right there. So I just knew where he parked just based on using, I don't know, like logic, reason, whatever the hell it was. But he's parked right there. And I think maybe, you know, and he obviously maybe wouldn't be there. So I just figured right there. Makes sense, right? So then he drives away, or he walks away, I mean. He goes this direction, and then he's headed this way. Now, it turns out that I was down there. I walked down there, okay? And so look at back there. That's the along the fence, you go up these steps, right? And where I'm stopping in the video, or my video, is right. So if you go down, there's the fence right there, and there's steps that go all the way up. So where I'm stopped is right here where this yard is and this fence. So I'm right in there, looking this way, like that. See that? It's right there. So that's like up, and then there's the yard, etc. And so if you just take a look at that, like this is where I am standing, right here. And then look where he was walking this direction, which is probably, I think he left this way too. I think he came up through here, left, and then he went around and then maybe even cut back around and went up like this over to the ROTC building here, and then he ends up running through here and around and this way and then goes like that. So there you have it, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today. I wish I could say it was tremendous. We just didn't do that well for how many hours I've been on here. But I want to thank everybody. I tried to thank everybody as we were going along. I mean, think about it like this. We had 2 people who gifted 100, and without them, we would just barely beat a goal. I mean, that's ridiculous for 8 hours of video. Okay, so I don't know what to tell you guys, but I just need your guys' support when we do the shows. You guys know what we do here. We're different than other places. We actually make a difference. So anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys later. Until next time, be safe. And we'll see you tomorrow.